And start recording. Good. Thank you. Welcome everyone to council meeting today. We've got a fairly full agenda, so we'll get straight on into it. Tuia ki runga, tuia ki raro, tuia ki waho, tuia ki roto, tuia ki pehere tangata, ka rongo te pō, ka rongo te ao, haumie huie tai pie. Thanks everyone. We do have today a number of things to do, including public forum and a presentation of Port Otago, but thanks for all being here today. No apologies received, I don't think. No. Public forum. We actually have two items on public forum today. We have Pierre Marasti and we have Liam White, I understand. Welcome, Liam, for OUSA as well. So first of all, Pierre, would you like to come forth? Just a reminder to everyone during the meeting, just to turn on your mics. That should be pretty straightforward when you're speaking and off when you're not speaking. Welcome, Pierre. As you know, we've got 5 minutes for each presentation.
Kia ora katoa. My name is Pierre Marasti and I'm speaking on behalf of Extinction Rebellion. February was the warmest February on record. It is the 9th consecutive month to break temperature records, and in the last 12 months, we were 1.56 degrees above pre-industrial average. February also broke 2 degrees for 4 days in a row. And on top of that, oceans have now reached an all-time high temperature. If you struggle keeping up with these numbers, what it all means is that we're in a really bad situation. I watched last week the climate strategy workshop, and I want to thank all the councillors and all the staff involved. But I need to make it clear to you that you are working with outdated numbers. Of course, you are planning a strategy based on international agreements and on our national targets, all of that being based on the published scientific consensus. The problem is that all of this is based on old and inaccurate models that have already been disproved by observations. These reports and these agreements have taken a really long time to be produced, but the laws of physics haven't been waiting for us, and the climate collapse has been accelerating. Let's look at the facts. In 2015, we signed the Paris Agreement, committing as a nation to try to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees and to definitively never go past 2 degrees this century. In 2018, the IPCC released its 1.5 degree report, clearly stating that we have to halve our emissions by 2030 and reach net zero by 2050 to have a chance to not exceed 1.5 degrees of warming this century. Yet, since 2018, our emissions have kept rising, but not only that, we have already reached 1.5 degrees of warming last year, and even 2 degrees episodically. This proves that the accepted climate models, all of this is based on, have always been overly optimistic. So these 2030 and 2050 targets are completely useless. Frankly, there are more and more, especially 2050, becoming an excuse for inaction, because some people imagine that 2050 is a long way away. Of course, what needs to be done remains the same. We need to decarbonize, but the timeline is very different. It needs to happen now, not in 2030, certainly not in 2050. Also, don't be fooled by the accounting fallacy that considers that simply planting trees can cancel our emissions. We need to stop pumping and burning fossil fuels. It is that simple and it is unavoidable. Don't take me wrong, planting trees is necessary. It is necessary to remove all the extra CO2 that is already in the atmosphere. But even absorbed by the trees, this carbon isn't sequestered underground anymore. It is now in the system and can be released again if the trees burn or rot in the future. Also, there is only so much space we can rewild and already far too much carbon in the atmosphere. There is no magical solution, only one main rule: stop burning stuff. For anyone who applies this rule to themselves, everything that needs to happen becomes very clear. Even the more complex side of the problem around land use and biogenic methane. As usual, I will send you all the sources supporting this speech, and I'm happy to elaborate if anything I mentioned today is not clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Pierre. Any questions today? Seems not to be. Thank you once again, Pierre, for joining us. Wish you well. Next we have Liam White, who is the political representative for Otago University Students Association. Welcome along, Liam. I'll just outline, I'm not sure if you've spoken to us before in public forum, but we have 5 minutes for speaking and then an opportunity to ask questions of clarification. Thank you.
Sorry, and I just speak in this
case? Yeah, you're welcome to. You'll just need to press the button to the right. Yep.
Tekoto. I would firstly like to thank the Council for allowing me to speak before you today on short notice. I do very much appreciate the opportunity to be able to represent the Otago student community here today. The Otago Regional Council is an opportunity to continue to deliver financial relief through half-price fees to young people, many of whom are students. Option 2 before the Council offers respite and for the Council to stand true to its word and continue to deliver valuable and impactful services to the community. In advocating for Option 2 regarding the half-price fees, I urge you to consider the following reasons. Firstly, untold student implications. As we'll discuss in a minute, Otago, like the rest of the country, has been enduring the cost of living crisis here in Aotearoa. Students particularly have been enduring difficulty with rents being increasing between $30 and $40 a room across Dunedin. Many students are being forced to take up 2 or more jobs just to sustain their study. And back in 2022, the People's Inquiry into Student Wellbeing released that student flatters spend up to 56% of their income on rent, and the situation has got substantially worse since then. Students are essential to Dunedin. Yes, Dunedin is a town full of heart and industry, but it is undeniable that this decision has a pronounced effect on students and, more importantly, their decision to choose Dunedin as a study venue. Secondly, wider socioeconomic impacts. Rising cost of living and fuel prices underscore the necessity for affordable public transport, especially for marginalised communities. The affordability provided by half-price fares alleviates financial strain and promotes equitable access to essential services and opportunities. The implementation of half-price fares has led to a significant uptick in passenger numbers across Dunedin and Queenstown. This surge in ridership indicates the vital role that affordable fares plays in encouraging the use of public transport, particularly among commuters. Fourthly, environmental impact. The decision to revert full fares overlooks the pressing issue of climate change as discussed previously. Encouraging car usage through higher transport costs not only exacerbates emissions, but also contradicts the Council's commitment to improving air quality. The utilisation of eco-friendly e-buses hinges on sustained patronage, which the half-price fares effectively facilitate. Fifthly, alignment with Free Fares Coalition. The DCC's participation in the Free Fares campaign underscores the commitment to enhancing accessibility to public transportation, particularly for tertiary students and young people. Reverting to full fares contradicts this stance and undermines efforts to create a more inclusive and accessible transport system. Sixthly, alignment with Dunedin City Council carbon neutrality. I'm concerned that removing half-price fares on bus fares will push potential users to their cars and thus away from more sustainable public transport. This might be inconsistent with the Dunedin City Council's goals. Seventhly, alignment with Regional Transport Plan 2021 to 2031. An increase in fares with the removal of half-price fares is not consistent with the Council's goal that fares that are affordable for both community and users are provided, as promised by the Regional Transport Plan. With the rational, boring arguments done, I would like to share with you a couple of stories from my own experience. I've emailed these to you already. I'd also like to credit Kevin Malcolm for an impressive 7-minute response at 10:30 last night. I fractured my rib on Saturday morning at a rugby training held by my local club. This pain was excruciating, and it left me unable to execute many of my day-to-day responsibilities without a car. I found myself relying on the public transport system. I couldn't walk and bring my groceries home. I had to go on the buses or else endure extreme pain. Is this an isolated incident in my life? Yes. Are there people every day that have to endure this? Yes. And I strongly encourage the Council to consider people like that in your discussion today. Secondly, my girlfriend is a very passionate member of a ballet school out in Caversham, but she lives in North Dunedin. Dancing is one of the highlights of her week, but the transport itself is always a hassle. As students, we all feel financial pressures. However, she has said that finances from transport, an area that she can control, unlike her rent, is anxiety-inducing. However, for her not to go to dance would be a great loss to both of our lives. My point here being that accessible and affordable public transport enhances our lives, but also our ability to engage with our community and interests. These are just 2 examples personal to me. However, they're not unique to the wider community. I understand that this proposal is asking a lot of ratepayers. However, there are many around Dunedin who are struggling financially, mentally, socially, and public transport provides access to essential third spaces that allow them to relax and engage in hobbies that they love. In conclusion, I implore you to prioritise the interests and well-being of both the student and wider community by voting in favour of option 2 during the upcoming deliberation on half-price fares. Your support for this measure is pivotal in preserving the affordability, sustainability, and inclusivity of our public transport system. Thank you for considering my perspective.
Thank you, Liam. Now, points of clarification from councillors. Councillor Wilson.
Oh, thank you, and thank you for your email. It sounds easy to say yes, and we've had a number of emails asking the same thing. The problem is we have to balance the box on the other side, and where you think that funding would come from.
Fantastic question. I am obviously not privy to the same knowledge that you guys are. You obviously have a much better institutional understanding of the Otago Regional Council. I can't point to anything. However, I trust the Otago Regional Council to make the right decision of where that funding should come from.
Councillor Malcolm, then Laws.
Yep, Liam, I was busy thinking about these papers very seriously when I did come back here, and I think there is actually a free van that goes to Harbour Hawks if you are interested. But on a more serious note, this the half price that we have at the moment, I'm just wondering if you are aware that the half price at the moment is a half price from the basis of a trial that we were undertaking. So the $2 fare was a trial, and so when government suggested the half price, it came off that, and we have still yet to review whether, in fact, that $2 is acceptable to both the passengers and also the ratepayers. So just if you're aware of that, I'll just.
Yes, I am aware of that. I understand that
Thank you.
Success still has to be reviewed. However, from my preliminary view, it seems like the program was extremely successful, and it has wider benefits that hadn't been considered.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Laws.
What would students consider to be a reasonable bus fare then?
Oh, that's a fantastic question. I think the current $2 is extremely reasonable. I think, and I can't speak on behalf of all students, but I think small, very minor increases could be stomached. I think $4 might not potentially be, because I think, unfortunately, when you're working in such a small range, it does become a matter of, you can't just go, okay, $1 here, $1 here, because it's such repeated fares across students. So I think between $2 to $3 range would be my gut feeling, but that's based on no evidence, just instinct.
And the secondary question would be, there are a lot of people in Dunedin. This is a poor community in comparison to Wellington and Auckland. So if the additional money comes from Dunedin ratepayers, many of those are on fixed incomes in receipt of domestic services benefits, or welfare benefits or superannuation. They would have to pay for young active students to be subsidised. How would you justify that to them?
I think the point firstly would have to be made that students are indirectly ratepayers through paying their rent to their landlord, and then their landlord pays their rent. So I wouldn't say that students are completely freeloading there. I think students definitely contribute to the rates of Dunedin. But absolutely, I completely understand that it is a tough ask for those on welfare, and I would encourage them to consider the value that they might have from taking public transport, and to understand that there is a system there that maybe they had not considered, because New Zealand is reliant on cars in our transport system. Yeah, so it's difficult to say, to be honest, because I understand that it's a very difficult thing to ask, but yeah, I hope that's a half answer to your question.
Thanks. We have just about come to the end of time, I think, on this one. Thank you. We've got some other presenters waiting here. So thank you very much, Liam, for your first appearance in public forum. Appreciate it. Okay. So we'll just move on through our agenda. The next thing is confirming the agenda, which I think is as stands. Yep, nothing to change there. Don't need to move and second that. Reminder of declarations of interest. If you have any interest in matters on the agenda. Yep,
Madam Chair, 10.3, Kate and myself will be sitting out of the.
perfect, yep. As panel members of that particular decision, that's great, yep, thank you, we'll record that when the time comes as well. Right, what else? We are then up to an important part of the meeting, which is the Port Otago interim report presentation. Welcome. Welcome to Tim, Pat, Kevin and Stephen. It's great to have you all with us today in the chamber. We'll just take a moment to get set up. I understand you've got a PowerPoint presentation. But yeah, if you'd like to say anything in the interim, we're in your hands.
Just see if I can,
Otherwise, we can just wait.
see if I can handle the technology. Good morning, everyone. While Kevin's getting set up, I think everyone here knows me. My name is Tim Gibson. I'm the chair of Port Otago. Pat Hezel is the deputy chair beside me. On my right is Kevin Winders, CEO and slide operator today. And we've got Stephen, our financial controller, on the far left of me. So looking forward to presenting in a moment. Looks like we're up.
Yeah.
It goes to the display version of this. Yep. So Chair, can I confirm how long do we have with you?
Right. Yeah, we have no particular time frame because we're going to break for lunch after we've done this presentation. So no stress there.
Right, that's potentially an incentive for a short presentation that we'll see how we go.
Hang on,
So-
technology's not quite there yet. Let me get into-
Sharing.
We are quite good at bringing ships in and out of the harbour, but in terms of PowerPoint presentations, perhaps that skill could be reviewed.
I think we're nearly there.
New KPI.
A single screen.
We've got some fantastic hard copies here as
Yeah, and
well.
look,
So
I mean,
we
that's-
should be
that's fine.
plugging through them while we're
If it can,
just waiting.
If you can bear with
Yeah.
the left-hand border, we'll just,
it's not going back and forth.
it's not even moving, is it?
Do we need to?
No.
Just say if I can
Apologies, but it's not playing well.
Okay,
So even when you go down,
right, I can share my screen, and if you just wanted to nod to me when you signal to me when you want
Fine.
to move to the next one.
It will work fine.
Okay, I'll bring that up one moment.
So small, I think it's massive.
cool. Thank you for that. So again, good morning, everybody. So this morning, between Kevin and I, we'll give you an update of the 6 months results for the year end, 6 month period end of December. Just in terms of the agenda, which is the next slide, we'll start by giving you a update on our strategy refresh, which there we go. Strategy refresh, we'll talk about the first half current financial year, cover the financial results, give you an update on key operational projects, brief outlook on the second 6 months, and then we can cover off any questions or comments that you may have. I think 3 key messages before we go into the detail. Been an encouraging first 6 months for for the port. It's a challenging environment. We're all familiar with the difficulties that particularly the agricultural sector is facing in our region, but also other parts of the economy are finding it difficult. And the third key point is we signalled last year that we were going to do a deep dive in terms of our strategy for the port, and we've made really good progress on that, and it's just coming together well in terms of the timing around the statement of corporate intent and letter of expectations, which the shareholder is working on. So if we can go on to the next slide, please. So last year we affirmed to you that we wanted to revisit, not with the intent of reinventing, but just revisit where we were as a port business. We wanted to concentrate on our business as usual activities to ensure that we were driving optimal efficiencies across the business to get better utilisation of capital, working on initiatives to get logging trucks off the Port Chalmers Road, to be perfectly frank. So that involves working with our customers for better utilisation of the Dunedin Bulk Port. We're doing some work on the potential for an inland depot at Mosgiel, and also ensuring that we have a resilient cruise plan, given the importance of the business, the cruise business, to both the port and the wider region. Then we have immediate objectives around our strategy, very strong climate change focus in those, sustainability, ensuring we have a robust capital asset plan in place to take account not only of the operational requirements of the port, but also our sustainability transition requirements for the port, and also where to with the property business, which is a very important part of our overall asset base, and doing some work on identifying the impact of the port on the wider region. And then the longer term aspects of our plan, which are focused very much on climate change mitigation, and also some value opportunities, particularly around potential for green corridors, alternative fuel use, and ensuring that our being a New Zealand port, we're signatories, or the government is signatories to the Clydebank Declarations, and New Zealand is signatories to it. So ensuring that we are meeting those requirements. I don't plan to spend a lot of time on the strategic plan, other than to let you know the work is coming together quite well, and I'll talk about the timing of all of that in just a moment. Just if we can move on to the next slide. Just a very brief deep dive onto the work we're doing on sustainability, because I know it's of keen interest to the council. So down the left-hand side, the sustainability elements of what we have been working on. So we have a sustainability board subcommittee. We put that in place in February last year, and that subcommittee is working very closely with the executive on essentially those three verticals beneath that. So climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation, and climate change opportunities. They're not sequential pieces of work. They are pieces of work which are underway in parallel with varying degrees of emphasis, but a lot of work going on around our decarbonisation roadmap and ensuring that we have science-based targets in place, which once we have got those confirmed and reported, then we can be measured against those over the appropriate time horizons. And then we've also got some physical risks that we have to be clear about and have the mitigation plans in place. So an example of that might be the Aranguan mob. So just want to emphasise a lot of work going on at a governance and management level with sustainability. And this will come to life in terms of the report that we will be finalising over the next month. The next slide, please. Just another little deep dive. We did commission some work from Portwise, who are our preferred provider of port advice. They're internationally recognised. They've done a lot of work with us over the years in terms of maximising or optimising our port footprint. If you go to the next slide, these are some of the issues that we are working with in terms of identifying a roadmap to reduce emissions at the port. Our biggest issue around emissions is diesel for our marine and land-fired activities with straddles and tugs and pilot boats. There are no easy solutions to reducing diesel usage. There are no immediate options for rapid transition to full electrification on the port. The issue for us is getting the balance right between what might be transition technology and the investment required to make that transition, which could quite quickly become redundant if we time it incorrectly in terms of the next technological leap. So we're trying to balance essentially being on top of the wave as opposed to being in front of the wave, or much worse, being behind the wave in terms of what we need to do to reduce our diesel usage on the port, put it not too bluntly. Sitting in there, I know some councillors are very interested in the concept of cold ironing. That is sitting in amongst this work as well in terms of where we are going to be focusing our efforts to ensure that we are driving reduction in emissions on the port. Next slide, please. Two other pieces of work which are very important to us, and I think we've signalled previously to the council. We have done some work with the NZIER group on identifying the regional economic impact of the port. I think when we flagged this with you last year, we were keen to emphasise this is not self-justification. This is work that we think everybody around this table needs to understand in terms of the importance of this port asset. And we're just bringing that together as we speak, and it will be part of our report back to you. And on the right-hand side, that's a copy of the United Nations Guidebook on Business and Human Rights. We do take business and human rights very importantly in our business. There are some issues potentially around supply chains into our business. And so the board has agreed and management are underway to start working what they are working on, developing and implementing a comprehensive business and human rights policy. And the gold star for this is the United Nations Guiding Principles and the OECD Guidelines on Business and Human Rights. So we will report back to you in due course on that. So in terms of the timeline for what's happening, we hope to get your letter of expectations soon. We had an April session with the board and our leadership team to fine-tune some of the work I've just touched on. We will then bring that together in May for our integrated strategy and implementation plan. That will enable us to be working on the statement of corporate intent, and we're hoping to have a workshop with the council in July so that we can ensure everybody is aligned about where to with the board. Other news, you appointed to our board Rick Hurd. So Rick started a couple of months ago. Rick will be familiar to not only those of you who appointed him, but other people in the Dunedin community through his connection with Naylor Love. And we're also pleased to announce that we have a new membership of Kevin's leadership team, Ollie Barton-Jones, who also I think is quite well known around town, heading up the IT, and a lot of good work already underway in that part of the business. So the first half in review, I'm just assuming our chair will have questions at the end, but I'm happy to take any clarification right now if that's okay.
Does anyone have any questions at this point? You can save them to the end as well if you'd like to. Yep. Okay.
Thank you.
Kia ora team. If you go to Kia ora team, if you just go to the first slide. So we'll start with safety in our business. So this is just an update, a snapshot from our Safe Plus audit. So we've had 3. These are WorkSafe audits, where effectively a consultant comes in and it's not an ISO type audit. It's looking at the culture and the leadership and how you respond to health and safety in your business. So you can see there just some of the snapshots of the progress we've made since 2020 in the light blue, and 23 on the left-hand side, the latest assessment. There's an interview process where the auditor comes in and selects people at random, and it interviewed 40 people in the business. So it's not a bad snapshot. Encouraging progress with our governance and commitment. And importantly, if you look at worker engagement, we've made good strides there. So good improvement, plenty still to go. So again, this is, for us, there was a lot of learnings out of this audit, kicked off some more work. So we've got a good work plan we're working through with our team and really looking to lift the bar, but we're on the right track. And it's nice to get that third-party verification to make sure we're not missing anything. So reported to the board, action underway, and we'll continue down this path. Next slide. big thing that's happened in the business in the year has been the Polaris. And last Easter, we reported to you about it arrived and we scrambled to keep the Polaris, which is effectively a coastal feeder that runs around the coast and then out to Australia. And it picks up Nelson's and Timaru's cargo and tranships it through Port Chalmers mainly onto the Rio, which goes to TPP in Malaysia and then off to the world. So we did that some time ago, got through to the off season, and pleasingly, Maersk decided to keep the vessel here and keep it in rotation. Then they asked us to lift our game a bit, and the only way we really do that was change our model. So pleasingly, in January, we moved from a 3/8 traditional model in some of the ports where our workers would do an 8-hour shift on rotation to move to 2 10-hour shifts, which is a morning and a late evening shift. It means we're a 20-hour-a-day operation now, not 24, but we're as productive over 20 as we were 24. And it means our staff get 2 10s, so they can work 4 days a week for 40. And at peak season, like we are at the moment, they're working 5 days and 50. So a lot more flex for the business and a lot more predictability for our team. And part of that change was giving a GDO, guaranteed day off. So we lock in every week a day we can't shift for that team, which is a big change. So it's a work in progress. We've only been in since February, and we'll be moving to dedicated teams, which will be great. And we're recruiting for staff. So we're still about 15 staff short, and we've got a good recruitment program underway at the moment. And the new terms and conditions are attractive, and we've had lots of applicants. But it takes a little bit of time, so we're just gearing up at the moment. So that's the Polaris, which has led us to effectively welcome back the ANL service. So just on COVID, when we had the Anzac service back pre-COVID, COVID hit and ANL and another few partners in that Anzac service pulled out, and we lost that service, and we were down to 3 vessels. And now we've moved back just on Christmas. ANL returned, and they've got a Trans-Tasman product, which is very good for our customers in the region. And it gives our customers in the region a wider choice of shipping lines, which is great. They've got diversity, they've got different routes to market, and it suits, various services suit different customers. So really pleased to have them back. So we've moved to having 5 vessels coming a week now, which spreads out the load during the week too. So we're transitioning at the moment. Service levels are getting better on a daily basis, and by the end of the season, we're in peak season at the moment. We should be in a good position to reset to go into the following season. So good to have them back at port. And when you come to the numbers for the first 6 months, you can see the significant change that's occurred with the tranships. So if you look at our full exports, the grass curve's been pretty good across Targa South and South Canterbury. So you can see that the exports outbound are about the same as last year. The imports, which are mainly lactose into the dairy industry, about the same as last year. Empty's about the same, but the tranships are significantly up. So a busy first half. So over to the next page. Just going to infrastructure at the port. At the same time, we're busy with more tranships at the port. We had this old cross wharf that we announced that we're going to rebuild. So we did that in the middle of all of this. That's the old cross wharf there. So next slide. And that's when we ripped out all the old timber, which is now in our new museum and office. And then the last slide. So we completed this pre-Christmas, and you've got a nice new wharf. This is the last major piece of wharf infrastructure that we had to reinstate and bring up to today's standards. So it's great to have this done. 8.5 million for that little strip across there and some shiny asphalt. But it does get the wharf infrastructure at Port Chalmers right up to a very high standard. So it's great to have that done. Next. Cruise that enabled, obviously, that wharf and optimisation of the footprint gives us space, makes it a bit easier for cruise and our log customers and our container customers. And you can see there that cruise has been slightly up for the first half, which is great. Change in Dunedin with more smaller vessels coming up to Dunedin in that period. And Port Chalmers slightly down. That was mainly due to weather in that first half, and we've had some emissions due to the weather, particularly some of the larger ships like the Ovation of the Sea missed a few times early. So year to date, we've had 8 ships that have missed, which is disappointing for the community because it's great for our region. But we do expect some weather events, so it's pretty consistent with where we thought it'd be. So good first half for cruise. And just speaking of cruise, this was the investment we made last year to support our cruise business here and around at Milford. So there's our new Taroni, the new pilot boat in action at the heads. And just to put into perspective, price increase and inflation, we acquired that for 3 million. To buy a second one now would cost you 3.5 million. So that's in a year. So just cost of equipment, steel and machinery is all going north. Next. So if you look at our bulk business across the board, we've had a very steady first half, slightly down, which is a good result. The log customers have had some challenges with the Chinese market, and to be 7% down on log volumes year on year is a very good result given the challenges they had. The fuel business is up, and the fertiliser business is back of it, just given the conditions with sheep and beef farmers out there at the moment, a bit of dairy. So overall, it was a pretty tidy result for the first half. I'll give you the back. Just into the property business, developments through there. We completed our 3rd steel and tube warehouse in Te Rapa. So this has been a long-standing customer of ours. So nice to have that one completed and opened in February 24. Move to the next one. And along the same lines, you've had a tour. You've been down and seen work in progress. We're getting there. So we had the Maritime Museum AGM inside the museum last night. We had about 40 to 50 of the members come along and get a sneak preview of the inside. We've got a few months to go yet to finish the museum and get it ready. But we're on the right track for a later in the year opening, which will be pretty exciting. So coming back to the property, if you look at the results for the first half, you can see our rentals are up 14.8 versus 12.6, so a significant improvement in rent roll. That's a function of increasing rents across the portfolio, but also some new design build and leases coming on stream. So that's a good result, and pleasingly most of that flowed through the EBITDA, so 10.9 EBITDA. We had some sales of leasehold land in Dunedin through that period, and a small gain on those on book value. And then you can see the diversity of our portfolio throughout New Zealand. So over 450 million in the Golden Triangle, offsetting the 273 in Dunedin. So a nice balance between the Golden Triangle and down here. Just a bit of a selection of our community support driven by our cruise partners. You can see the plenty of containers around town. I hope to see those around. And we have lots of groups coming to us and asking for support, which we are pretty supportive of. We're proud of the work we do around the harbour and the schools. So if there's some good ideas out there, feel free to ask and come and see us and put your case down. So happy to support. So just leading on to our final financial results, Tim.
Thanks, Kevin. So what does that all mean in terms of some numbers? Stephen will have circulated to you the 6 monthly results. So if we just turn to those very briefly. So Kevin touched on the activity around the port casino pleasing lift, particularly with that Polaris activity. So we're looking at a 0.2% increase over this time last year in revenue, and a large chunk of that has been the increase in port operations. Good uplift in investment. In other words, the rent roll is showing nice steady increases, particularly as we've been able to move rents up, consistent with our contracts. Some contribution from property sales. So for the 6 months, our profit before tax is 16.8 million, 35% increase on the same period last year. So profit after tax at this stage for the 6 months is 13 million, or 40% up on the 9.2 at the same period last year. So satisfactorily good first 6 months. Perhaps if you move on to the next slide, have a quick look at the balance sheet. So that balance sheet remains strong. Retaining an equity level of 71% in the business. I know there's been discussion in the past in terms of increasing our debt level. Since 2002, we have gone from 108 million debt to 151 million in borrowings. So we have been prudent in increasing our debt levels where it makes sense in terms of generating a good return on that increase in debt. But the balance sheet remains healthy, notwithstanding that. Must always remind you, we are a capital intensive business, and we have, as you'll see in the capital plan, which we'll work with you on, we're going through our statement of corporate intent. We've got some chunky capital items coming up in future years, and I think we signalled those to you when we were with you again back in December. So key projects for 2024, I'll pass back to Kevin.
Thank you.
This is our inland depot at the moment in Strathallan Street that I think we've taken you through in the past. So it's 2.7 hectares and it's a funny shape, as you can see. And our team always likes big rectangles. So that's the terminal lease we have with Kia Rail. So at some point in time we have to move. So prudently we've invested in some land at Mosgiel a number of years ago. So if you want to flick to the next one, where it comes up. So there are 3 blocks of land we've acquired over a period of 10 years plus. So there are 8 hectares in total, and allows us to relocate our inland depot out into Mosgiel. So we've continued to work towards that, and business case is getting completed at the moment. And obviously we've been engaging with the community out there because we'll be coming to town in the future. And ultimately, we're looking for support for a heavy traffic bypass through that area, rather than Gordon Road where the current trucking has to go down Main Street. So we haven't driven a lot of activity there yet because we don't actually reside there. We reside on Strathallan Street, but ultimately, when we move out to Mosgiel, it'll enable us to rail everything through town from that site. And drop trucks off to Dunedin network, which will be really encouraging, reduce our carbon footprint and make the town a better place. But ultimately we need the heavy traffic bypass to minimise the impact on the Mosgiel community. So we're advocating heavily for that. So that'll be a focus for us over the next 12 months. Other big projects we've got underway at the moment. We've got a design, build and lease for RML underway, a sort of schematic of what we're building for them. That's about 11 million underway, due for completion October 24. That's in Tarapa. And Whareranako that we had a walk around yesterday, and so underway completion 25. So there are 2 key projects, 56 million. So on to the outlook for the second half. Slide. You. No, well, we can both.
We can both do it. So look, as I indicated at the outset, it's a pretty tough environment out there at the moment, as you know, and particularly in the farming communities in this part of the world. But we expect that the current trends will continue, so flat container trade. Transship volumes have been a positive for us over the last 6 months. They're steady. There's no guarantee that we will retain them indefinitely, but they're certainly a positive contributor at the moment. And at this stage, as we're getting into quite a nice rhythm of them and hopefully continuing to meet our customer expectations, we're quietly optimistic about retaining those. Log volumes and oil volumes are flat to declining, just along the lines of the expected decline in activity. Not dramatic, but just soft. Property is difficult at the moment. Not much activity in Auckland or Hamilton at all in terms of inquiry. People are just sitting tight, particularly as high interest rates are starting to affect them. In terms of property valuations, they were essentially flat at the 6-month period, so we didn't have an adjustment to the property value in the balance sheet. Hard to predict what it would look like at the end of the current financial year. We have a nicely diversified portfolio with the balance between the Golden Triangle and Dunedin. So hopefully we won't be too exposed to dramatic change. And the cruise season is carrying on quite well, and we should end up with a weather-dependent 118. In fact, we're just close up. We missed
7 to go.
7 to go. So fingers crossed. 7 to go. So Chair, that's the presentation. Happy for any questions.
Thank you very much for a comprehensive presentation. No doubt there will be some questions. First, Councillor Metham.
Okay, I've sort of got a couple that sort of came about during the presentation. But, just in terms of your result against your budget, you know, your 6-month result looks good compared to last year. How are you feeling about the budget you've set for yourself and comparing this result with that?
So our full year forecast, we are expecting we should be in line with our full year budget.
Yeah.
There may be some minor variance up or down. I hope it's up, but at this stage we're tracking.
So you're comfortable with the budget figures? Yeah. Some other questions, if you don't mind. The missed cruises that you mentioned, is that a loss of income, or do you have some sort of remedy that you've got in your contract with them?
We have a mix of commercial terms, but ultimately, if the cruise lines gives us enough notice, there's no charge. So it's lost revenue.
It's lost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very short notice, and we've blocked the berth out, and we've prepared it, and we've made the log ship sit out. Clearly, there's commercial results.
Yeah, yeah. If you don't mind, just one.
Sure.
One. Just in terms of the log yard move into the city, I know that's been an issue for some time. Where are you with that? Is that still on the agenda, or is it what's the status there?
Well, clearly that's an aspiration we have, because the land at Port Chalmers is very expensive, and the land in town's a bit cheaper, and the land in Moscow is a lot cheaper. So it's a commercial sort of position of where you put your log yards and ultimately where you price. So we've been pretty transparent with our customers around the implications of various locations. And clearly decarbonising, we'd love to be able to take all those trucks off the road and then turn it into the vessel coming all the way to Dunedin. So it's an ongoing dialogue with our customers, and it's not an easy one. So there's challenges. Yeah. So we're working with them to hopefully find a solution over time.
Yeah, it sounds like a very political answer. But anytime soon, like.
But look, I think the reality is that they're important customers. They're long-standing customers. We see it as a partnership. We hope they see it as a partnership. What's optimal for us may be suboptimal for them, and vice versa. So there'll be a meeting of the minds, but it's not going to happen overnight. But our objectives are clear, and the challenges they face equally clear. We'll find a way through.
Thank you.
Councillor Laws.
Excellent presentation, Tim. I'm interested in the equity split, and how much of the 714 million is the equity in property versus the equity in port, please?
So Stephen, give me the exact number, but our property is 689 million.
Yeah, so the equity split goes roughly, say, $200 million in the port and $500 million in property.
And the debts against which? The 150 debt?
It's approximately a third in the port and 2/3 in property. So we manage our debt in a total group debt facility, but the drawn debt of $150 million, approximately 100 million of that is drawn against the property and 50 million against the port.
I ask this question all the time, so I'll ask it again. And that is, the risk seems not to be the property, which we'll always appreciate generally through its ups and downs, but port and the international shipping, if you like, landscape. There's been big talk internationally about the aggregation of both shipping lines and ports. New Zealand probably has too many. So what is the risk to the port in its continual commercial operation? I imagine you look at that all the time. I imagine you look about whether or not there is a risk to the port's long-term, medium-term operation.
Yes, we do focus very much on the risk of the port, but there is also an opportunity with our port because it is a deep water port. It is strategically located at the bottom of the South Island, obviously, and a very rich catchment area. And the resilience of the port, and we're doing some work on testing this in terms of some modelling. The resilience of the port is high vis-a-vis our competitors, particularly in the South Island. So yes, there are challenges, and the shipping companies are very strong customers in terms of their influence, but we have something to offer in terms of A, our physical location, B, the natural advantages of the port, and C, its resilience vis-a-vis other ports in the country.
Yeah, I guess just to expand on that, Timaru, Tauranga has invested in Timaru. I think that's right, isn't it?
Yeah.
You've got Port Chalmers coming back after the earthquake. You've now got yourselves. How much is there a competition effectively, or is there? I hesitate to use the word monopoly cartel, but or there is sort of an understanding amongst the ports. Do you compete on price? In other words, for your commercial operations?
Obviously, there is competition on price. There's also geographic limitations just in terms of the cost effectiveness of landside transport to a port from a particular location in terms of distance travelled, either be it on the road or on train. And so there is almost a natural boundary between mid-Canterbury and ourselves and Lyttelton. So Kevin, you want as much as you can expand on that, but there is competition between the ports.
Well, that's a good answer.
Well, it's just that I'm interested. Tauranga are not stupid, so they've invested in Timaru for a reason. And I was just wondering who were they the greater competition to you
Maybe
or
Mike.
to Lyttelton?
Sorry, Michael.
Well, I think if you go back to 2013, when effectively Tauranga went there, the 80,000 twin foot equivalents that went through the port, where effectively 30,000 would come down to us and 50,000 would go to Lyttelton, to give you an idea. And then when Tauranga bought in, they secured Fonterra as a customer at Clandyboy. So that business is going across their wharf, but pleasingly it's coming down here, unloaded onto our wharf, and then we transship it to TPP. So at the moment we're actually handling their volume, which is good for us.
TPP,
Oh, Malaysia, the hub port, Singapore and TPP are the two hub ports. So most of the vessels go straight up there and then transship and go to Africa, Europe, or across to China. So it's just a major hub.
Thank you.
Councillor Weir.
Awesome to see that those plans in the works for the human rights strategy and just that progress on the climate change plan. I just want to follow up on what Tim was talking about with the inland port, and I guess ask if allowing that rail transport of timber would negate the need for a yard in central Dunedin, or allow one in Mosgiel, or if there were other benefits to having it in central Dunedin.
I can answer that. So if you think of the inland depot in the first instance, it's got a container focus. So it's about shifting containers that are coming to and fro from the port. The 35% that go on road, converting that across into rail. That's the simplest term. To have a log yard out there and handle it at short distance and rail it into the port is possible, but probably uneconomic in present terms with loading and unloading rail for a very short duration. If it was 200 k's or longer, it's probably economic, but at 30, 50 k's, it's probably not. But potentially there could be a log yard out there as a buffer point.
Any other questions? Councillor McColl.
Are you just for the inland
report, are you concentrating efforts on land you currently already own?
Well, clearly, 8 hectares that we own at the moment is probably enough for the next 3 to 5 to 7 years. And potentially, if we had more land around that, that would future-proof the port. So clearly, a bigger site would be attractive. But we've got 8 hectares under control, under our own ownership at the moment, which is handy.
Councillor Laws.
Sorry, it's just, that was the question I asked. Who's going to pay for the heavy traffic bypass?
Well, it's typically Waka Kotahi and the
good
DCC.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
So
see a problem.
yes, I think it's been talked about since about 2005 out there. So it's been a long-running issue in Mosgiel, and there's some good people advocating for it. So we're supporting them. It's our good intent, and we'll have to work through where the economics come from.
Thanks.
Just to add to that, Michael, it's in the draft regional land transport plan, but it's out past the next 3-year period. So it's in there, but not imminent in the draft plan.
Councillor Malcolm.
Yeah, James, thanks for your report. It's good to see things are going along in a very good direction. Just on a community note, Kevin, if you could give us an update where Tiwaraoni Beach is. I see we've now got a flash boat named after it, and we've certainly got some very good reports about what's happening. But could you give us an update on your monitoring, what you're doing and where you're progressing with that?
Yeah. So we haven't put a lovely slide up, but the beach is the groin system is being monitored by Becca. So we do quarterly surveys, and we're just seeing how nature reacts with it. And we've got a little bit of an issue on the southern end where the sand's accreting a bit slower than we thought, and it's actually going down towards Wellers Rock. So we've got a consent now to be able to move some of that sand back up into that southern end. So we're just working with Becca to be able to get through the right timing for that exercise. And then I think it'll be another, a year of monitoring to see how that beach performs. It's only been a year. Nature takes its time. So we'll continue to monitor and watch it. And then ultimately, when we've got enough data and we've got Becca saying this is the right thing to do, we'll either leave it alone or we'll take, whatever remedial steps we need to. The reserves come up really well. The community down there, the DCC have done a great job. It's probably 75%, 80% complete. We got a little bit more to do with the community down there. We've got a lovely sculpture, the Toru, that's going down there to, go right on the beach, which is pretty cool. So, yeah, we'll update you a bit more when we know some more, but it's a work in progress.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions then? Seems not. So yeah, I just wanted to say thank you for coming along and sharing with us a whole range of items there. Much richer, I think, than a normal interim report. So we really appreciate that and the approach that you've taken in your presentation today. You've shared with us the strategic focus refresh that you've been doing and are doing, and we've been doing that too as a council, and looking at having a conversation with our community through the LTP again, which is a big thing for our council. And yeah, we have strategic focus out for consultation, looking to have 5 key points: partnership, communities, resilience, climate and transport. All actually pretty similar, I guess, quite aligned. Really good to see your feedback on where you've got to and transparently charting a roadmap for climate and for carbon. Also on the human rights issue you touched on there, that's really good to see that work transparently shared with us. For us, yeah, both of us, it is a challenging economic environment at the moment. And yeah, our council though is in the lower range of councils' rate take per head of capita across the country for regional councils, right down the lower end of that. And that doesn't happen just by magic, it happens through a number of reasons, but the Port Otago is very, very important to our region. Can't underestimate that. It is challenging times, but to be forecasting on budget and to be possibly even ahead of that, a really good result interim anyway. So a massive thank you to you all for your transparency in coming and discussing. Yeah, just great results. Amazing. That takes a lot of hard work. And also in that wider context of community and sustainability too, which is important to both of our organisations. So yeah, thank you very much for that. We're actually going to break as a council now. We're going to have a bit of an adjournment. We're going to have lunch. And if you'd like to join us, you're welcome. So, yep, if somebody cares to move that we adjourn. What's that, Richard? It's all good. Okay, Councillor Weir and Councillor McCall, all in favour. Aye, against, carried. Thanks.
BYO.
Oh, come back at 1:15. We'll come back. Read one online.
It actually looks like an HP. Doesn't it? It's a document.
Yep, we are back and underway because we are past 1:15. Oh, sorry, microphone on. We are underway and we're up to the confirmation of the minutes of the 21st of February. Somebody care to move those? Councillor Wilson, seconded Councillor Somerville, all in favour? Aye. Against, carried. Actions, next. We've got quite a big table here. Just coming to the bit that are due. Oh, yep. Here's probably, where is it? Starting on the second page, page 3, it's called. The 29th of the 3rd, there's one about request safety and resilience committee. So that's not us, but is updated on Otago Civil Defence and Emergency Management Group, talking about wildfire hazard in Otago. So we did meet on that last week in CDEM. So no doubt safety and resilience will be able to update themselves at the next time they meet. Oh, what's the next one? Yeah, workshop on cause 3 feedback was done yesterday, so that can be off. Continuing next week. Oh, sorry, yeah, no, continuing next week, exactly, that's right. We put off after that. Yeah, and the other one around the staff undertaking an assessment of implications for Otago freshwater planning framework and program options, and that was for the 20th of March, but yeah, due to the RPS timing, that is now the 27th of March, and we'll be able to address that next week.
You said weather radar?
Fees and charges on the long-term plan that is, sorry, already done and coming today. And the consultation document as well today. So we've got to the end of actions. Any questions on those?
I can answer that. So the weather radar paper went to
Oh,
joint committee and they signed off the letter going from Gretchen to the relevant ministers for the additional weather radar in the Queenstown Lakes area. That was well supported by the members.
Yeah, thanks, Kate. Then run through the papers. We're up to 9.1 chairperson's report. Yeah, just noting the breadth of work that's going on. A lot of planning work going on. The LTP is significant, and we have a paper on that today. Really looking forward to getting into those drop-in session consultation sessions we've agreed to starting on the 10th of April. And yeah, we have land and water planning work going on. Yeah, but just noting as well in the freshwater space that we have been in a particularly dry time for a lot of people in Otago, and that has been causing a lot of stress, and we're aware of that and have been having a lot of interaction with MPI, and our technical expertise has been being fed in there. But yeah, I just wanted to recognise that it is really difficult times for a lot of people. Yeah, government GPS on transport has come in, and we have been considering the implications for public transport funding potentially. Yep, engaging on planning around resilience as well in a number of spaces, but just noting the South Dunedin Expo and ongoing work in South Dunedin Futures, as well as a really good Taieri flood and infrastructure risk assessment drop-in couple of meetings there, thanking the community for some really good, robust conversations, and to a number of our, or a good deal of our staff with technical expertise in a whole range of matters that went out and did have those conversations, from the risk assessment right through to civil defence. Once again, a whole spectrum of staff involved in planning for and responding to floods. So thank you hugely to all the councillors who have been involved in that work as well. And also to people who have been getting out and about as well in the community. The Wanaka show was particularly noteworthy. Thank you to the councillors who joined staff on that really successful stand, being amongst all the other stand holders, as well as a huge amount of community who came along and had good discussions once again. And also to the value of our meetings being held around the region as well, and Oamaru recently, and the chance to meet with some leaders from the area, again, just ear to the ground, have those conversations, build some relationships, be there right throughout our region is really important. So thanks to everyone that made that happen. And then, yeah, I've just got a number of events there as usual that have been attended, and the letter there that went to the Honourable Penny Simmons, Minister for the Environment. And yeah, as we know, we've received one back, and it will be discussed next week. Yep. So that is my report. It's there to be received. Have I? Oh, yeah. No, it's the report. Councillor McCall.
I'll just give the report.
Right. Yep. Moving the report. Seconding the report. Anyone want to say anything? Yep. Councillor Laws.
I asked this question last year, so it won't come as a surprise. I'll ask it this year. It's only because you mentioned it in your report.
Microphone.
Thank you. Oh, is that mine?
You can use it.
Why use yours? Which I've got two microphones, isn't it?
Turn them both on.
Yeah, we're one of them.
Two mics.
The Wanaka show. Last year I asked, and you've mentioned it in your report.
Yep.
To do a review of its effectiveness in terms of being a communication device, and are we expecting to see something like that come in? I guess I'm looking for value for money. It's a huge investment, not in dollar terms. Well, yes, in dollar terms, but in staff time and staff resources that is put into the Wanaka show. And I'd really like to get some handle on whether or not it is doing the job or matching the effectiveness or efficiency that we might hope it might. Do we have an ability to test how many people came into the tent, what they came to see, all those sorts of things? And I asked the same question last year. I said, well, it'll happen. I think they said, no, we're not going to do one this year, but we'll do it next year. That was the rough thing. Is one going to be done this year? And which committee will it be coming to?
Do you know the answer?
So, second question first, it would come to regional leadership as part of the communications and marketing oversight committee.
Your committee.
In terms of the first question, we haven't discussed it in detail in terms of what a report might look like, but certainly I'm looking at Joe, who's over there. It's something that we can do in terms of the summary. I don't know if we would have the hard data you ask for exact numbers of people, because it's very fluid in terms of people dropping into the front of the tent or coming into the tent. We can certainly cover the topics of most interest, and certainly biosecurity was right at the top of the list this year, and rabbits in particular. But we obviously are interested in value for money, and anecdotally from staff and councillors were there, it is probably our single biggest opportunity in terms of an event to engage with a large number of people. So the value in my mind is definitely there if we do it well, and I'm confident we are. But certainly through the Regional Leadership Committee, probably not the next meeting, because we're committed to writing the strategy for the next meeting, so staff will be doing that. But before a decision is made firmly to commit again next year, we could bring a summary back for the committee's consideration.
Yeah, I mean, some numbers I think would be useful, Richard. And if we're not collecting them, then really we should be.
Yeah.
There's a whole range of different events that we do though, aren't there? And we actually have a presence in other shows as well throughout Otago. But I mean, we turn up to a whole range of field days and things, and yes, there's some cost, but that's what we do. But the CE has said that he's happy to provide that data, and that's cool. Thanks for the question. All right. Councillor Forbes.
I just think that that's a really good point you made there. And if we're collecting data for Wanaka Show, it should be for everything. Are we prepared to go to the cost of collecting data for everything single event we do? Because otherwise, why would you take on just one?
Yeah, probably a question for not right now, but exactly the Regional Leadership Committee. Communication strategy, all those types of discussions where it's probably plus. Thank you. We've got to move her into seconder, so I'll put it all in favour, aye, against, carried. Okay, the CE's report.
Thanks, Gretchen. So just a few things for me, just in terms of introductions, just pointing out paragraph 6 refers to clause 3 consultation being completed, and just making the point that, and I did email around everyone, we still have one party undertaking clause 3 feedback, which is the Otago Forestry Group, and that was due to a miscommunication by email. So just want to make clear in that statement that we are still awaiting their feedback. They just raised the question when they saw the paper on the agenda, so they are following along, and I can assure them that we are still committed to undertaking that process with them. The other thing, the rest of the report is within the same format and contains the same attachments as has been previously. In terms of programs, it notes that the Land and Water program remains on track, with the key caveat being that the paper coming on the 27th for this council to make a decision on the future of that program. But important to note as part of this report that the program we are currently working to remains on track. Just related to that, and it's important for me to make the statement, there has been some discussion and media coverage suggesting that staff or implying that staff are potentially handling the long-term plan in a way that is, the terms used, either bulldozing or going ahead. Land and Water Plan, sorry, Kate, thank you. I just want to make the statement that all they are doing is following the program that has been set by council. So I absolutely appreciate there are a number of differences of opinion around the table, but from a staff perspective, I have absolute faith that they are just giving effect to the instructions that we're currently working under, and should those change, then we will adapt and make sure we deliver what's asked of us by the council. So important for me just to note that and acknowledge the work that the staff have done to date and what's been a fairly testing arena, I guess. And I know that applies also to large numbers of our community members who have a big interest in that Land and Water Plan as well. Financially, the results are still positive, and we're still showing a surplus in terms of our forecast for year end. There'll be some more detailed forecasts occurring at the end of March in terms of the end of Q3. So they'll be reported both through my future reports and also the Finance Committee. But it's good to see that we are retaining that forecast, largely due to a change in dividend timing from Port Otago, but still through some prudent financial management and some good results in terms of revenue on our public transport network as well. And then in terms of service levels, there are 2 in there that remain off track, and those have been discussed previously. And the rest of them are there, and happy to take any questions on the report.
Thank you. Councillor Meatham.
Thanks, Richard. Look, just in terms of the February performance reporting and the graph that you've got on page 38, you've got the emergency management pillar showing reporting overdue. But when I look at the what makes that up, emergency management, it doesn't seem to relate a lot to reporting. So just in terms of, and so I'm looking now at page 40, and we've got those 4 key areas that are all shown in the black. Can you give us some assurance that we do actually have a functioning emergency management system?
Yeah, I can. Good question. So what that black refers to is a process issue, and it's an issue for me to take up to make sure reporting is entered into the system on time. So the black just refers to that data not being provided on time for that month. The fact that they were all green up to that point would suggest that that program still remains on track, and I would expect those black boxes in February to actually transfer to green next time we report on this as the reporting's been updated. So it's just the boxes that say reporting overdue are just a symptom of the data not being entered into the system on time, and there'll be a number of reasons for that. It may have been there were other commitments for the team at that time, but I would like to see less of those over time. But I can assure you we do have a functioning civil defence department, and I would expect all of those to be green by the next time we report this.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of the CE's report? No. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Councillor Malcolm.
So on page 27, this is probably just a process issue, and probably like if you could explain to me. So under we've got section by section draft of section 32 report is initial first draft completed, and how does that happen? How does that happen when we actually haven't completed clause 3 submission reviews and given feedback from that?
So I might let Anita answer just to the process question.
Yeah.
So through the chair, so that first draft is up to the point that we're at in the process, and then the section 32 will be added to once the clause 3 consultation and that feedback is done, and then added to after 4A consultation as well.
Right, so it's, excuse me, so it's done of knowledge known at the moment and then adjusted. Yeah, thank you. Cool.
No further questions? Somebody care to move we note this report?
Oh, sorry,
you've got another one.
I've got about 6 more.
Oh, I've got, yeah, sure.
Yeah, sorry.
No worries.
And I just wonder if I might just leave them to the relevant, this is around the annual, around our long-term plan and our, around our annual, the audit review draft consultation document, the audit, and those, I think I'll leave to Mr. Rossler at the end. Well, there's some other stuff in there. But I'll leave that.
Yeah, you'll get a good update on that process, which has been challenging, and Mike is the best person to discuss that. So that if you're happy to hold that for that paper.
Yeah, happy to move.
Okay, great. So you're moving, Councillor Wilson seconding, all in favour, aye, against, carried. And then we are on to the long-term plan and the consultation document.
It's really hot off the press.
Very hot off the press.
It was.
Yeah. Welcome to Nick, Mike and Joe. You can no doubt introduce where we're at with the process and audit, but fantastic to be here today looking at a hot off the press consultation document. And yeah, let us know where we're at.
Yeah, Mike will jump in. Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, Council.
Yeah, look, this is, I'll just give a quick flyover and I will take on the audit, as Kevin's indicated. Look, this is a procedural report and it's enabling you to approve the CD, and really that's enabling you to start your conversation with the community on your LTP proposal. It's excluding the audit component. It looks like a bit of a beast of report, but it's actually quite simple. It's looking for you to approve some new bits, which is your revised CD, which you have the latest version in front of you now, and to approve your fees and charges. And it's looking to approve the supporting information, which is the core legislative requirements of the supporting information that sits under your CD. And it's all information that's been pre-approved by you and has received direction from you. So it's nothing new in that package of work. But I just put some brackets around that because it's a core requirement. And yeah, it's a belts and braces part of the report. So touching on the audit component, the audit isn't concluded, disappointingly. The audit process isn't included. And that looks like we don't have an audit report at this stage. Albeit the OAG have given us feedback that we received or concluded at 5:30 last night. And we took that on board and have reflected that, turned that around and have put that in a revised CD, which is the hard copy in front of you, tabled at this meeting. Look, suffice to say, and on a positive note, the first bit of feedback that we received is our CD looks good. And then there was silence and the breath, and it's like, and then there was a range of what I'd call kind of superficial type requests, important in the eyes of the OAG, and that we've obviously taken on board. The surprise, I guess, to us is that they have requested to see the revision coming back to them, and they're signalling the 22nd, this Friday. That kind of caught us by surprise. It wasn't flagged to us as being the hot review process, but there you go. So yeah, we're not quite sure what sort of feedback we get at that point, whether it's just a tick box or they come back with another round of feedback. So we're hoping the former, that it's just a tick box. So where does that leave us here with this report and the recommendations? As they stand, you've got two choices in my mind. You could work through the recommendations in this report as they stand, which would mean you'd approve the CD on the basis that the changes to the attached CD in front of you as tabled isn't materially different than what's in front of you attached to this agenda paper. And you have the option, we could actually go through page by page of the table version, and you could see that if you so wished. And the other bit of that is that oversight for the final audit report would be delegated to Madam Chair and the chairs of finance committees, where that would enable council to control the the initial sort of consideration and conversation amongst yourselves about that report, and indeed if you wanted to, you could ultimately delay the consultation if you thought the audit report required that sort of extreme response. I don't think it would, but that's the extreme sort of thing. The alternative to these recommendations is you just step through some of the recommendations in here, like approving the fees and charges and the supporting information, all the given information that audit has ticked off. You come back to the audit side of it to the next council meeting, which is next week, I believe. And fingers crossed, we would have the audit report, and you would have the CD, and you would, have that complete and utter certainty if that's what you require.
Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Yeah, you've finished saying, finished saying what you need to
Yes.
say. Yeah, okay. We have got some hands up for questions on those matters, no doubt. We've got Councillor Meetham, then Malcolm.
Mike, would you be able to elaborate what the OAG have actually identified as needing work?
They came back. The key changes around matters of emphasis and how we describe those matters of emphasis in the CD. And there's two matters. One is funding around Waka Kotahi funding for our transport PT proposal, and the uncertainty and risk around that funding. The other matter of emphasis was in regard to the risks associated with our capital program for our infrastructure strategy. And for example, risks might include, because obviously we're proposing to increase our capital program over 10 and 30 years, and it sort of ramps up over that 30-year period. So risks around delivering that program from a contract perspective, risks around delivering that program if we strike major weather events in that program. So maybe two. So just describing that a bit better in our CD. So stepping back, the OAG have asked us to put more in our CD. We haven't taken anything out. So if you were to flick through what's tabled in front of you, you'd just see some added bits and pieces. That's just better describing things. Yeah.
So the uncertainty around Waka Kotahi funding is not going to change between now and when we have to sign off on this, is it? So what are we going to do here?
So just to summarise where it's at, the bit that Mike said is they wanted us to tweak the narrative to really emphasise, to highlight those two key things, because what they've indicated in their initial review is that the audit opinion they will give us, they will include a matter of emphasis on those two risks and uncertainties on those two matters. So that would be in their audit opinion. It's actually quite common with audit opinions when they give them for consultation documents. We didn't get a matter of emphasis last time. We were probably one of a handful of councils that didn't. So they've identified that because they're going to include that in their audit opinion, they would like to see the actual in our narrative that we're really highlighting that those are risks and that there's uncertainty there. So that's in the version that's tabled today. That's what Mike and the team have been working on this morning, is to beef up that narrative. And then this copy is what we'll send back to the OAG. Now, hopefully they should see, okay, we've now seen that you've beefed up that narrative. That aligns with what their audit opinion is going to be saying. Then the reason why, like Mike mentioned, Friday, the 22nd, is when they do a matter of emphasis, they go through a process that they have internally where they take it to their opinions committee, who help draft exactly what the wording is on those audit opinions. And that's why they'll only be doing that on Friday, which is why we were hoping that last week when we gave them the initial, that we would have got all of this cleared, that would have gone through their committee last Friday. But they looked and said, well, before they do that, they want to see a bit more narrative in the actual document, which, as Mike said, that's been added in, just really tweaks around the narrative. Doesn't change any of what we've put in. The risk around Waka Kotahi funding is always there. It's always there in all our annual plans and LTPs. Delivery risk around infrastructure, if you like, is there. it's really come up this time because of the increased level and spend that we've had in there. So they're not saying go away and change your underlying financial assumptions or your infrastructure strategy assumptions. They just want it really clear to the reader that there is risk and uncertainty around those two areas.
Yes, good, thanks.
Councillor Malcolm.
So just, where have you shown that in transport then? So is that the change of your proposal to investment in public transport? You would have reworded that area there, right? So great work, and it's good to see you still under pressure. Pretty tough for you. Hey, what I'm trying to ascertain is we don't get this sign off before the 21st, which was your print date, and it takes them another week to get that back to you to say go. How does that influence our consultation time and our ongoing time frame?
Richard has some good thoughts about that before we talked, but it will influence the speed that we can get the document out. But I'm pretty sure we can carry on with our print run, and then next Wednesday is it?
So, I mean, Kevin, I think where we're at in terms of the response from audit so far is there's no surprises in there with the two items that Nick's flagged, and those changes have already been made. So actually there's confidence there that what was raised by audit has been addressed, and that would allow us to go ahead in the preparation of the document. The only thing that we're still waiting on is the actual audit letter that needs to be finalised as part of the process. So worst case, if the print run was delayed, we would commence consultation with all of the online material, everything ready to go, the rates calculator, the consultation document online, while we wait for delivery of our copies to push out in hard copy. But we actually still think, subject to decisions made by this table today, that we can go ahead with that and still meet all of the original timeframes.
Thank you.
Councillor Somerville.
Thank you. This is initially a process question. There's a paragraph that I'd really like to see, and I think it's important to include in the document that's not there at the moment. And I signalled this by email on Monday. I guess I'm just asking, how am I able to go about suggesting that today and having that considered?
If you could resend that to us, but we have incorporated quite, and we thank you for your feedback. We've incorporated quite most of it.
Right, I just sent
Which
this on.
paragraph was it? Can you?
It was the current draft, what I've got in front of me on page 16. Asks, do you support transport rates being targeted on a fixed rate in given areas, i.e. uniform basis? I believe on the page 4 there needs to be a paragraph explaining quite a significant change, explaining that, and I had prepared one that I sent through to various people, probably not you, Joe, on Monday, and I can send that now if that would be helpful.
Which page is that?
Send it again, but
Right, who shall I send that to?
to Mike.
Mike. We'll do that immediately. Thank you.
Yeah, we do just need to be mindful as well that audit has been through absolutely everything, and sometimes they're interested in they are interested in every sentence as well. So we just need to make sure we're not doing too many changes here at this point.
Yeah, so I think the important thing to note there is Alan send it through. Mike and the team will have to assess it based on the audit that we've already had undertaken, and if it can be without substantially changing. But my sense at the moment, appreciating did send it through on Monday, the audit was already well trained by them, as we might struggle to make further changes, but send it through and let the team assess it.
Immediately, thank you.
We had councillor Laws, then Malcolm again, then Wilson.
Can I ask this question of you, and then that will lead to the, hopefully they'll be over. When you talk about Queenstown Lakes bus services, is the intention that, or I think it is proposal 2, to do with the Queenstown Lake sentences, and you've got given the two options 1 and 2. that ratepayers resident in Wanaka and Hawea will be levied additional rates and pay for Queenstown public transport charges or changes.
What do you mean additional?
Wanaka and Lake Hawea residents, are they going to be charged for the Queenstown public transport rates?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. So it's going to be that the proposal is that targeted rate is now a uniform rate on the whole district.
Yes.
Yep. So and previously it used to be a defined area around the Wakatipu Basin.
Right. So what we are proposing is a policy change from what has been the previous rating charges.
Yep.
This is where, no, the reason I asked that question is because I just wanted to clarify that, because I do not believe that on page 11, under the Queenstown Lakes Bus Services, and I would have thought audit would have picked this up, to be quite obvious with you, they're not very good, but it doesn't matter what that deals with. That change in policy would be there. You see, if I'm reading this, I don't know if I'm a resident of Wanaka or Hawea. Hawea, 1.5 hours away, 85 kilometres from Queenstown. Wanaka over the Crown Range on a good day with no snow or frost, 69 kilometres away or 1.25 hours away. I don't know that I'm paying for Queenstown's transport service.
Yeah, so
and that policy, it's a policy change.
Page 15.
Page 11, I believe.
On page 15, so there's two different things we're consulting on. One is level of service for public transport in Queenstown, based on the Queenstown business case. And then there's a series of rates. They were effectively policy direction decisions that were given to us to consult on, and that is one of them as set out on page 15. But it's the consultation on the level of service happens independent of the consultation on a potential rate change, and you'll consider both those things independently as well once we get the feedback in.
Okay, but I think you need to, in actual fact, itemise that people in the whole of the region are going to be paying for Queenstown's bus services. Now, that's a policy change from us. We're not saying that. It's not in, where does it say that in the document?
Page 15.
Page 15.
I'm reading page 15.
Proposed changes, third bullet point.
Yeah.
Expand the target area for Queenstown to include the entire Queenstown Lakes District area.
Yes, but that's really easy to miss. It should be in the upfront narrative that's on page 11. It's a critical change. And it doesn't mean that if I'm living in Wanaka Hawea, even reading that bullet point, I've got it. One area that is going to scream at you, sorry, not you personally, will be Wanaka and Hawea over this. And I don't believe we're adequately letting them know in this document that they are going to be paying for a service they don't receive.
Mike wants to answer this one.
Yeah, look, it's a good, thank you, Councillor Laws. We mention it also in page 10 and page 12, because it's the same for Dunedin and Queenstown, where we're expanding the targeted area. I think what we're saying, Councillor Laws, is let's give a little more emphasis to that policy change, if I'm hearing you correct. And if that's the case, I think we could probably do that by bolding the text or something that's already there. It says, for example, on page 10, expand the targeted area for Dunedin to include the entire Dunedin district, and there's the same narrative, albeit for Queenstown on page 12. But you're saying make that stand out a bit more. I think we could do that for you.
Well, I would have put it would be in my first paragraph, in terms of page 11, because you're explaining what you're going to spend the money on and why. What your aim to do is, that's to reduce congestion in Queenstown. But at no stage, apart from that bullet point on page 15, and I did miss that, Richard, and I'm pretty sure so would a lot of other people. That's me. We need to let people in Wanaka and Hawea know you are going to be paying for a service in Queenstown. Now, what we want to know is that fair, or should all of the money, all of the service get paid for, additional service in Queenstown, by people who are likely to receive that service? And I think we need to make that much clearer in the narrative and the preamble on the consultation.
I think Richard just answered that we treated consistently at the front end on those ones, the service levels, and then we get into the funding consistently in the next bit. So I'm just not sure whether or not audit would want us as well to be put at one emphasis on one thing. But you might have a better answer, Mike.
Yeah, I think you've Richard and yourself have hit it on the head. That's exactly, proposal 2 is about what we're spending our money on, and proposal 3 is how we're funding it. And that's just chalk and cheese.
Yeah.
Yep, it's got to be treated. No, but we've tried, and we've picked it up Councillor Laws's point, and we've slipped in the rating one, so people are picking it up in both proposals.
I don't think
Belts and
in this
braces.
document.
Questions? Yep, we can debate it.
Okay,
if you
all right.
like. Yep, cool.
That's the first one.
Thanks.
The
Yep.
second one was in connection to rates. Buried at the back, page 39. In the third paragraph, you say rates increase, and this is seriously, I mean, just from a complete marketing point of view, the only thing that people are worried about is how many more rates am I going to spend. That'll be the number one priority. And at the moment, we've done a values, I'll talk about that later on in the debate. We've done a perceptions report on value for money, and we got a negative on that. We then say in paragraph 3 under rates increase to provide some perspective. So in other words, we're trying to justify in some ways the rate increases, which do seem excessive, and we sort of accept that. That's why we've said to provide some perspective. But to provide true perspective, we'd say we put 48% on you 3 years ago, 18% the year before, and 18% the year before. These are significant rates increases. So there's nothing about the historical record that we've increased rates by 48 and 36, roughly 74 points over the last 3 years. And now we've got another appetite to come for you for 18.8, 15.7 and 14.8. These are significant rates increases. They are the most important part of this document to most people who will read it, ratepayers and residents from our district or our region. So I'm just saying, shouldn't that be front-end loaded rather than buried at the back on page 39 of this consultation document? The greatest way that the Otago Regional Council would be affecting me is in the rates they charge me.
All right. So the question is, should we bring it to the front or not? I think. Yep.
That's can do, but I think that's a political decision and direction.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So
I agree. No, and well said. No, well said.
Yep.
But you see, I do need, I will, if you, I like I can stress this in debate, but I do think that it's the real, where the rubber meets the road, where we meet the ratepayer, is at how much we charge them for the service we provide. It's critical. These are significant rate increases. We've had 74, 75, 76% rate increase over the last 3 years. We're just about to go again. We've got rate increases there, so we're prepared to talk about it, but we're not actually prepared to upfront this conversation.
Needing a question at this point. Yep.
Well, can we do it? Can we elevate? No, the staff have said this is a political decision. So
yep,
can we actually elevate the rates issue of this consultation document so it has much more primacy than been buried on page 39?
So, and I think Mike's response was if there's a direction from the table to change the structure. I mean, it is what would be, I guess, considered a fairly traditional structure, and taking your point, Michael, fairly traditional structure in terms of key consultation topics, financial information, rating, and trying to get across the message that the rates increase is very different depending on where you live in the region, and so getting people online to use the rates calculator, understand what it means for them, will be a critical part of our engagement through the consultation period. But I need some more guidance from Mike on this. If there is a desire to front load the financial component and then put the key consultation topics towards the back of the document, and this table makes that directive, it can be looked at. That's, I mean, it's just changing the order of the vote.
Well, it's just that if you have a look at the last question we asked of the 28, it's the last question. God, it should be the first.
Okay.
Do you have any
What do you think?
feedback about the proposed increase in rates? It's question number 28.
Yep. Is it the same question though about the?
No, it's in the consultation document.
Right, so I can see some people want to talk about this particular thing, but we have got an order of speakers, and Councillor Malcolm, you were next.
Right, firstly, on that issue, we were given the opportunity to give feedback on the order of the consultation.
Given the feedback now.
We were given the opportunity. I am quite comfortable to reconsider that, but the order we were given for the staff to proceed on was clearly indicated that we were happy with the order that was there, but I am happy to reconsider it. Just going to the initial point on the highlighting of one of the biggest things, apart from charging Wanaka and Hawerui, but is we're going to a general transport rate over the whole province. And if I agree with your wording that you've got there, but as an Oamaru or close to Oamaru residents, when I look at this document, I see Dunedin bus service, Queenstown bus service. I'm probably not going to look too much more into it. So we haven't highlighted the fact that all of a sudden we're going to charge 20% of that general rate right over the province. Yeah. Which is that could be, and that's referring again to the council law said about people that may not necessarily think they're affected and not being able to see it.
So
Yeah.
there is a specific question on that. And so providing people get through to the
Yes. Yeah.
to the feedback, there is the question 8, do you support 20% Otago wide rate for public transport? So certainly drawing people's attention to that and trying to garner their feedback on that specific point.
Yeah. No problem for question.
But is your question that, say, table 15 should have an extra bullet point or something around, yeah. We've got.
I just don't know if italics on both of them will be actually enough. You're saying put that, Mike's saying put that in bolder print or something, and I just wonder whether it needs to be a bullet point as opposed to just a boldness.
So, yeah, the chair's suggestion around the bullet under areas impacted, I can make it specific to highlight Oamaru folk and Belclutha folk.
Yeah.
That's the impact of change policy.
Yeah, and it's a complete picture of who's paying for this. Yeah, but sorry, it is a reasonably significant change, but it does give the whole picture.
I'm happy with the wording. It's just can I see it? Yeah.
We'll make that change.
Right, next is Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. And Peggy, I do appreciate that there's significant changes in here that you have taken from the consultation that you gave, and I appreciate that. But there are some that I've missed out, and so I've been raising now. There are 4 districts in Otago in one city, and we continue to talk about 5 districts, which I think takes a lot of people, confuses people. And anyway, but so when we talk about it on page 9, for example, in the areas impacted, we say Dunedin district and Palmerston, it should be Dunedin city, and it is the whole of the city. What my feedback had been, and it talks to Michael's point earlier about the change, is actually to use the map. So if I then go to page 15, you've got no change to Dunedin and Palmerston, and yet if I compare that to page 17, you've got Dunedin and Palmerston map defined transport areas, which is actually where the change is. And we're not consistent with language, and I know it's taught to us, and I haven't picked up on that before. So page 15 is no change, and you've got Dunedin and Palmerston. But it should be Dunedin and Palmerston mapped defined transport area to be consistent, I think, with 17. But I do think that if the maps were showing that we're going from this to this, and it may be slightly tortuous, but it would give a better, and I did suggest that in my, and I'm just going to reiterate, I think if you show that on a map, it makes it a much easier system to understand what we're changing. I do not think that people in Hyde are going to realise that they are going to be affected for this. I hope someone is listening and who can get this on somewhere in the story. I know that we've got a lot of changes and it's really hard for us to articulate that everywhere. But it's a significant pay. It's $163, I think, in Dunedin, and even more in places like Harvey and Albert Town and the Queenstown ward, I think like 190 something. That's, and then the other question I had, which was again an Alan Sunhall question, because he's really on the nail on detail, and that is the graph. Just, and it's not very critical because I just don't understand it. It's on page 6. District that choose to participate. Is this a question we're going to go up and then plan something later? The area is impacted because I'm sorry, I've just missed something terribly. Alan asked this question on Monday.
So this refers to the ability for us to separate that fund by district. If there is overwhelming feedback from one district to be involved in that fund and not from others, we can separate that. I think maybe we can go and have a look at that language because it's not a choose, it's still a decision that this council would have to make.
Yeah, well, I would almost take that out and say that that's something we consult on at the annual plan because it's not for this year, is it? That we look at, I think we're making it really complex.
Yeah.
The first one is till we
So
do
do
it. Yeah, no, you can't, okay. Yeah,
But we can look at the language.
thank you.
Good point. Councillor Forbes.
We've well traversed the Wanaka and Hawea contribution in this and having that highlighted, but I'm just wondering on page 12 if you find that a bit confusing for people. It reads, this proposal is included on page 16 and 17, including 80% of Queenstown public transport being funded by Queenstown ratepayers via a uniform rate, and 20% is funded through an Otago general rate and paying back the public transport deficit. It's a really long sentence. And then expand the targeted rate or area for Queenstown to include the entire Queenstown Lakes district. I just think I know we've had chances to feed back onto that and I've tried to, but I still think that sentence, do you think it's clear to people?
We can tweak that.
Have
to try
another
and make
turn
it
at
clearer.
that one?
Yep, I think that's relatively easy.
Yeah.
It's in the same vein as everything else, but that's where I think it's really unclear. Thank you.
Thanks, you're done, Councillor Forbes.
Yep.
Councillor Mepham, I think, and then Callaghan.
Okay, just two things really, just in picking up what Michael was saying about the rate increase, which is actually a really important part of this document. To bring that out to the front or change that would be a significant change to the report. But I was wondering if it may be able to be incorporated in Gretchen, your chairman's forward at the start.
Yeah.
There's no mention of the rate increase at all in your forward to this. I think it's actually probably quite an important change that should be there. So that was one thing.
Are you an auditor by any chance? Because that's what they said.
I have done the
Oh,
audit.
they say that too. Okay.
Yeah, but it would be quite simple to do it that way.
Yeah, no, that's right. Yeah.
The other thing, and it's just a question in my mind, I wasn't sure if this was correct or not, but on page 15, what I remember us when we were talking about this was, yes, we did agree to introduce a 20% general rate funding across all rate partners for public transport. But I actually don't remember, and perhaps somebody can just correct me, that we were going to fund the remaining 80% via a uniform targeted rate. I thought we were that uniform. I'm not sure if we would. Was that agreed to?
Yeah.
Okay, no, I'm fine if it was agreed to, and if that's even what he wants to say.
Just a reminder of several people who got their mics on that probably don't want to.
Yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Can I just add that we are working on questions forward to include that information in there already. Yeah, it's just delayed.
That is right here. In red, added. Thanks.
Well, what will that now read, please? Because I don't know what's been
It
said.
may change there.
No, at the moment, it's a draft, and the draft is, the average impact is an 18.8 increase in 2024-5, but it's different for each property. Yeah.
So it doesn't talk about years 2 or 3.
Ah, well, that's true, yeah.
Well, we can include that, it's just in draft, I mean, we're just doing that this morning, after we got that auditor's information. Sure.
Well, it needs to, doesn't it? Because this is a long-term plan. So
And yeah, just a further point to that, if that introduction was worded in such a way, would we then need to change the order of the books?
no. Well, except who reads the chairman's comment? Sorry,
It might be
and
all
that's
over
just
the-
about nobody. Come on, let's be honest about it.
Okay, well, yeah, I think councillor Malcolm was, well, no, actually, we'll leave it. We do need to just finish off our questions and then we need to get into the debate. Has everyone asked their questions that they want to ask, first of all? Councillor Malcolm, then Callagher, then Scott.
I'm just a wee bit confused on one chart, and it's probably and it's on page 8. And I presume it still hasn't, no, it hasn't changed, I don't think. What it changed? No, it's still the same. So the top chart shaded in grey. Oh, page.
It's 8 there. So
Oh, is it? Oh, well, yeah, page 8. Page 8. Oh, I'm back in diligence, so it must be on page. That one on page 7 will do.
Yeah, the page changes, numbers have
Yeah,
changed.
sorry about that. So, yeah, you've still got the same figures there. So I've got a $400,000 property in Dunedin. And my rate will be $1.04, and I've got the same value property in Oamaru, and my rate will be $6.28. How does that come about?
Because it's based on an allocation of, are you looking at the first shaded one? It's based on an allocation of 100,000 to each of those districts.
Oh,
yeah.
right.
So then because there is less properties in like Waitaki, for example, so their average is bigger. They'll still be getting the 100,000. Yep. This is the bit about it being district allocated versus regional.
Yeah, so $1,200. That's only comes to $75,000, but the rest will catch it up. Rightio. Right, I need to read the wording of your other bit then. Okay. For that, so you're confident that if we're not, oh, sorry. You're confident that when I read it, I will see that $100,000 is going to Waitaki. What page was that on? Leave that with me. I'll read it. Thank you. Thank you.
Joe, can you just turn your mic off, sorry, when you're not talking? Thanks, or just, I think it creates a bit of noise. Yep, thanks.
I can just respond to Tim's question before I just look it up. So the meeting on the 13th of December, the motion carried to amend transport targeted rates to be charged on a uniform basis. And councillors for Scott and Ware against. So that's where that decision was made, where we were talking about, and this is only for the purpose of consultation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Callagher.
Thank you. So I will just say it is frustrating to receive stuff and then having to sort of read it on the fly, having held this for a little while, having read this. I do accept though that the changes hopefully are relatively cosmetic, but then I am finding numerical changes or differences that hopefully are a mistake as opposed to because on page 37 under infrastructure strategy, the increased graduate to 30 years with 57 million of expenditure proposed, and in this one it's 67 million of expenditure proposed. So either was one or the other an error.
Yes, so it was a narrative error. So the financial table was correct, and the narrative, the written number was incorrect. So we've changed that. We picked that up as part of the audit.
Right.
So that 67 reflects the financial.
67 is the correct number.
Yeah. Yep.
Right. Okay. Other question, I guess, Gretchen, your phone number's not on the there, is that gonna go on the, yeah, or will it go on the front with your blurb? Or not at all?
At the moment, that is correct as it is, yeah.
In the front of
And I'd
it?
rather not say why. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, councillor Wilson.
This is probably being pedantry, sorry, but I'm climate change and resilience. And I did give this feedback and it hasn't been picked up, but I'm going to say why in more detail probably. We consistently, and we're all known and we break for flooding. But given that this is such a dry year, I can assure you that our monitoring and warning systems are being used exceedingly much at the moment for anyone looking at river flows and ensuring that they don't breach a flow data. In fact, it's running in our lake, which is slightly frustrating at the moment. But anyway, that's not the point. The fact is that we don't talk about drought or dry weather and our resilience ever. And I think that's somewhat deep of what's happening right now. And I just do want to have that as our role of understanding that. I think it's consistent with other things that we're hearing. And also, if we don't have a look at that, then we're not looking at potential storage, which will be helping with flood as well. So that is the question, is it possible or is it our role to worry about dry weather as part of the response? And if it is, could we include it?
So we use data for a whole range of things, and you're absolutely right, we use it in dry weather. Its primary purpose and is oversight for our flood response role. Doesn't take away from the fact that we know at the moment both our staff, MPI staff, and certainly those in the community are using it on a very regular basis. But what's in here reflects what its primary purpose is. So that's what we put in the document.
It's a fair point. We've probably had enough questions, I would say. Oh, sorry, councillor Scott, you did have your hand up before.
Cool. Page 6, the final sentence where it says any new fund during public policies existing environmental project funding. So you put in the various options, 500 million, 1 million, 2 million. So just so it's clear to me, we've previously funded the Harlow project. I think we funded them 300K a year, 5 years. 1.5 or 1.2, whatever. So this here is over and above that previous type of funding. I assume.
Yes, correct. Yeah, so that funding remains, Eco Fund, other environmental funding that we undertake. This is
I'm talking about the Halo project.
The predator-free Halo was funded out of money which the funding agreement for them ended last year.
Yep.
The quantum is still included in our environmental funding.
Yeah, and this is over and above that. Yeah. Thank you very much. Cool.
Okay, as we move into the recommendation and motions, we have a proposal for a bit of a restructure of the way that we handle this. I don't know if we can share this, Trudy.
Absolutely.
It's just in terms of the order of the way that they're handled today, nothing particularly about their content. Sorry, Nick, you suggested a bit of a change, but yeah, there's no content, is there? Just
it just reorders those resolutions, because the first one that we had that's in the agenda was around the audit representation letter. So we've moved that to the end. So it flows through noting and approving the draft, the CD document where it is, and the supporting information, and then moves into from about might be from number 7, is it? Goes into basically delegates to the chair and the co-chairs of finance to deal with the audit report when it comes back, and providing is nothing significant, but for them to basically have delegation for any minor changes that might come out of that, and then to approve the CD and sign for the chair to sign the audit representation letter. So that's the resolutions from 7 till 10, just deal with that. But effectively the resolutions 1 to 6 are the same as what was in the previous. They've just been reordered, and it basically says, the document with the content as it stands is okay, and that'll go back to audit now. And the supporting documentation is all noted and approved as well. And some of that is reapproving what you've already approved at prior meetings as well, as Mike mentioned earlier.
Okay. So just trying to structure how we approve these, we probably need to do them together, because if you have one approved and not others, it makes it complex. And then, yeah. Yeah, okay, does somebody care to move them all? Yep, councillor Malcolm, seconded councillor Mepham. Right, now we can have some debate. Councillor Malcolm, did you want to speak first as the mover then?
Look, this is a process that has been made imperfect by an outside force, and I won't name them, but we will deal with that in the best way we can to ensure our process remains robust and on target. This is a consultation document. It will create, I'm sure it will create discussion, but that certainly gives our communities plenty of options to look at the work that ORC are doing and the strategic direction that we're heading in. So I'm comfortable to move ahead and ensure this process continues down the timeframe that we've allocated. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Mepham, did you want to talk?
Oh, look, I just think this is a combination of a project that kicked off quite a long time ago. It's been well managed in terms of milestones being achieved and staff input into this and council input. It's the OAG had to have their input into this as well, so that's accepted, and I'm happy for it to go out.
Any other speakers? Councillor Somerville, Laws, and then Ford.
Yes, I agree with those speakers that that's a great deal of work that's been gone in, and that's good to carry it through. Can I just confirm that the changes to the consultation document that we have discussed today can be taken into account by the
That's
group?
just where I was going to go.
Yes. Thank you.
I'll move an amendment, Madam Chair.
Depends which ones they were though, wouldn't it? Because like bringing the whole structure of the document back to front.
Yes, I was referring to the more, I suppose, the ones that the team could take into account the paragraph I sent through and the ones we've had about the environmental funding and some changes of emphasis. I wasn't suggesting large changes to the structure of the document.
Right, so that's, you've finished speaking then, Councillor Somerville? Yep. Next was Councillor Laws.
Yes, I'd like to propose an amendment to recommendation 6. And it simply reads, approves with the changes noted. And then that carries on reading. So the 4 words added are with the changes noted. And then I want to speak, Madam Chair, to 2 of those changes that I'm proposing as a consequence of our discussion previous.
Okay, so the amendment becomes the motion.
Well, yeah, second
an amendment.
Yeah. Can I say the 2 motions that I would to make clear that the Queenstown Lakes District Council is clear in the document. That Queenstown Lakes District Council includes Wanaka and Hawea for the purpose of public transport consultation. And I do note, that's a debating point. And the second is to elevate the rates section to greater prominence in the consultation document. Now, I'm not going to tell you where to put it. I'm just going to say it needs to be elevated from where it is at the moment, which is at the back of the document.
Right, so we'll capture those exact.
So we've got that one up there, but I've just got with the changes noted, so I'm just wanting the exact
Oh,
wording.
right. Yeah, so sorry, we
That's
will need
all
to
of-
get those from.
Yeah.
Ian.
Can we read that again?
If you can, please, I do
Okay.
apologise.
That one, for A, the document makes clear that Queenstown Lake District Council includes Wanaka and Hawea.
Make that the consultation document.
Includes
Yeah.
the QLDC includes Wanaka and Hawea for the purpose of the public transport consultation.
It's not QLDC though, is it? It's.
Queensland District.
Yeah.
It is.
Queenstown Lakes
Yeah.
District.
Yeah. I've got it right.
It's not the council.
Yeah, it's not the council.
It's
It's the
Queenstown District.
Queenstown Lakes District.
Oh, Queenstown
area.
Lakes District Council, yes, that's right. Queenstown Lakes District Council. Rather than, it's a district,
Yeah.
Queenstown
Yeah,
District.
so take the C out.
Yeah, Queenstown District,
Is it rating district?
Queenstown Rating District, yeah. Okay.
However we word it in the document, yeah.
And the second is that the consultation document elevates the rates section and gives it greater prominence.
Rates information.
Or rates information, rates section, it's it's currently section, to answer that question, is currently the rates increase section. It's page 40. 39, actually, on the new one we've got. The one that's just been handed today.
Got to speak to you.
No, I think I've spoken to both of them. I'll just go and say this again. Can I show the precedent that we've created in here? And thank you, Kate, for pointing it out. Yeah. And that was on page.
Sorry, that was- actually, that was remiss of me. I need to get, do I need a second?
Oh, yes, I need a
before
second.
Can I just, I'm sorry, I don't know what procedure is here, but just to ask a question around your motion?
No,
Is
I've got to hit second first, mate. Mike, that's.
Well, it's just the wording, that's all. So I
Yeah, he
agree.
has to have a seconder or it doesn't. Oh, you're checking whether you
I
want
just want to check that
Right.
Michael's got what he's actually meaning to do here. So the document elevates rate increase section.
The rating, no.
So it's not the section, is it? But what you want to
The
see is
document-
greater prominence
Yeah.
of the rate increase, isn't it?
That's correct. Yes, that's right.
So that just needs to be, I think, if we just take out the section, the word section. So the document elevates rates increase to a greater, something like along those lines, rather than
Or the
changing
rates
section.
increase section is given greater prominence in the document. That would be easier. The rates increase section is given greater prominence in the document.
I'll second it if you get rid of the word section.
Yeah, I'm just, okay.
Yeah.
It's gone.
That's
There you
good.
go.
You could
Thank you,
actually
Brian.
put that anywhere.
Okay, we're gonna do Brian seconding it, okay? Now you have spoken, yep.
No, it's just that I was going to explain, and Kate pointed it out, that in the consultation document on page 9 to do with the levels of service and the Dunedin public transport investment option, Kate has noted that in actual fact, it's called Dunedin District and Palmerston. There's a reason for putting Palmerston in there, even though Dunedin Palmerston is part of Dunedin City. Oh, it's not, okay. So it's, sorry, it's to make clear that it's going to affect those people in Palmerston. Now, all I'm seeking is to make sure that the people in Queenstown Lakes District Council who think that this is Queenstown, and it's slightly confusing. I mean, it is confusing. Queenstown, Queenstown Lakes. It's confusing for people. So people in Wanaka, I want to be made quite clear. They know in Wanaka and Hawea and Albertown that they will be paying for a Queenstown bus service that they do not receive.
Question.
Yes, we can have questions on standing order. Unfortunately, yes.
Question with the previous comments made about the remaining of Otago being able to identify that they are in fact paying 20% of that general transport rate for those two areas. Is staff confident they can, after the request that was made earlier, highlight that sufficiently without a motion?
Yes.
Thank you.
Other question?
Another question, yep.
Well, I know that once we're sworn as councillors, we are there to serve the whole of the Otago region, and I'm not quite sure why we're not quite specific to both all of Dunedin City that they will be paying the 80%. We've only picked on Queensland Lakes. I'm sure that may relate to your Dudson. It is, because the question is, and just acknowledging that Palmerston whole township will be rated, not just those that are currently rated. So there is quite a substantial change in the Dunedin and Palmerston, is there not?
No.
No questions for staff.
Oh, sorry, okay. Well, the question, you realise it, and I'm not quite sure why you're leaving that out, and I can't vote for something. I'll do this as debate then.
Then you can add it to it, Kim. Seriously, there could be a C there if that's what you want.
Right, okay, we're going to debate then if we're not going to answer the question. Yep, good. Debate. Anyone got any debate? Councillor Ware.
We've had plenty of time to think about the order of these things. We've also, there's also quite a few specific things that, could be brought up. In this way, Ellen mentions the targeted rate being uniform and that not being highlighted enough for people who might miss that and stuff. And so we could, I guess, be here all day moving motions around this and stuff, but I think it's just time that we get on with the staff recommendations as they are. I'll be voting against this. Thanks.
Councillor Scott.
I mean, the reason I seconded the motion was that I also, quite simply agree that the rate increase did require greater prominence. I also agree with Kate that if we're going to highlight Wanaka and Hawera, it would be also good to highlight the similar situations in Dunedin, and maybe staff just simply need to take that on board. Does that require a motion?
Thanks for getting about the rest of the table.
Right, and everyone, just a bit of order, thanks, in the debate. Anyone actually want to debate this? Councillor Forbes.
Two things. I think that the Wanaka situation is different from the Dunedin thing. I don't want to go into that right now, but I think it is very different. They've been looking for their own PT system for years. They can't catch a bus if they're in Palmerston people from Palmerston can catch a bus to Dunedin City. Somebody from Wanaka cannot get to Queenstown on a bus or anywhere. So there's that one. So I am happy with that piece. But I do understand we have a wider rating system that's put them in this situation. They won't understand that necessarily. So I'm okay with your Wanaka part, Michael. But the rates, putting the rates increased front and centre anywhere, I don't think it's a good idea. We're asking for funding to support things like large-scale environmental projects, and it's asking for a lot of money, but it's responding to Otago's desire for better ecosystems, and focusing on the rates increase rather than the work we're actually consulting on undermines that. We're asking for money for a work program that wasn't there before, perhaps, and I think that we that would putting the rates increase and focusing on that undermines that. So I won't be voting for B.
Okay, yep, Councillor McCall.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. My comments basically are that the consultation document's been developed over several workshops. We've all contributed to it. We've all agreed with the process and the development of the consultation document. It's then been circulated to all members of the committee for a reasonable amount of time, over a week, I believe, for feedback. So there's been ample amount of time for feedback to give into it. I think the requirements, I don't believe we need to go to the requirements of reminding people where they live.
Yeah.
For one thing, but I think at the end of the day we can do simple highlights here and there that's going to create emphasis on to fulfill the purpose rather than relitigating the whole thing. So I'll be very much in favour of going along with staff recommendations. Thank you.
Well, he's debating them.
Yeah.
Sorry, question.
Yep.
Yeah, these, some of these recommendations are working on an assurance from staff that they are going to be highlighting various parts. The thing that I don't know and have yet to see is, and I'm very happy to see it, is what Councillor Somerville has suggested that he wants added, yet we have not seen that. So I wonder if that can be circulated, because that will form part of my decision making around when we come back, as if this goes through as chair, deputy and deputy chairs to actually.
The answer be that the three of us will be signing it off, so we could check.
Sorry.
It'll be up to us.
Can I clarify that? I've put a motion here that's for public debate discussion.
There is a standing order that says at any moment during debate, if somebody needs something clarified, they're allowed to ask a question and they're allowed to ask it of staff. So yes, it's annoying, but it is allowed. I agree though, once we're in debate, it's really good if people can sit to debate because it gets messy, but it is allowed. Yep. So yeah, sorry.
It's just a point of clarification,
Yep,
Madam Chair.
Sorry.
That's all yeah.
Okay, cool.
So I've put up a motion and we are debating that formally and we will resolve that one way or the other. But another councillor has put up a series of words that now a small group of you are going to decide whether or not it gets added to the document or not. Have I got that right? That doesn't seem right.
So through the discussion, there were a number of things staff have picked up to better clarify what has been circulated in terms of bolding particular issues, changing the language around some things, and Joe and Mike and Sarah over there have made notes of all of those. Alan had previously circulated a comment on Monday. Our feedback to that was we need to test that against audit, and my sense is that is adding a whole paragraph is a reasonably significant change and would be a risk to add at this time. So I think it's unlikely to be added, is my feedback, but we are happy to, and Alan's already sent to the staff to have a look at. So yes, there will need to be a decision made on the motion that's now been moved by Councillor Laws and seconded, and the decision needs to be made. There is a clause in there that allows for a number of edits to be made. All of the things that have been raised today are editorial in nature in terms of, your motions aside, Michael, in terms of improving the communication within the document to highlight certain things, and I'm comfortable we can go away and make those once we get final direction on these things, because the changing of the order sits outside of that and needs a vote as per that motion. So that's where we're at currently. If this doesn't pass and we revert to the original motions and they do pass, there will still be a number of editorial changes based on all of that feedback we've collected from around the table today. There won't be a substantive change in terms of the shifting of the order in terms of the rates component, but we can still look at editorial changes to highlight the rates impact. It might be through bold or through whatever it might be. So that's where I see we are at the moment.
Right, wow, we've had Councillor Sumwell, have you already spoken though? Yes.
Not on the.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Look, it seems to me a long time ago, we decided the focus for the consultation would be on those three main themes: investing in the environment, big scale things there, public transport, and the rating system. And I believe we should stick with those. So I certainly don't support giving extra emphasis to that overall rates rise. So I will not support the amendment, but do support the original motions, particularly with the information and explanation Richard has just done about further edits.
All right, okay, I think we've come to the end of the debate, unless you would like, write a reply.
Just very quickly, all motion 6A proposes to do is include Wanaka and hardware. And I'm stunned that this council doesn't want to make clear to a group that are going to have to pay a rate for a service that they're not going to receive, that they should not be properly advised in this consultation. I'm just stunned at you. The second thing is on the rates increase. This is where the rubber meets the road. This is the most important issue for every ratepayer out there. And yet we've buried it at the back because we're embarrassed by it. And the last question is to do with rates. And Alexa, to answer your question, and also Mr. Somerville as well, it goes like this. what you're really saying to me is you want these projects to get through. But if people have to think about the fact that they're going to be paying significant rates increases, it might not happen.
No, that's not what I'm
Well,
saying.
I would have thought the first thing that you work out is, can you afford it? And then you move forward. You're in actual fact asking a question where everybody goes tick, tick, tick. And right at the end, they say, and we don't want a rates increase either. It's the old
Speaking for
story.
me, excuse
No one
me.
wants to
No,
die.
something
No
about
one
that.
wants to die, but everybody wants to go to heaven. And
point.
that's the negative I hear on this issue. So for that reason, I think both of these motions are self-explanatory and should be passed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Right, then we have the mover and the seconder. We're putting the amendment, and just to clarify for everyone what we're actually doing here, we're putting everything together. So we agreed on that. So we're going to be deciding whether or not we like everything together as a package right at the moment. Yep, Councillor Malcolm, have you got a point of clarification?
No, just debate.
No,
We're in debate, aren't we?
No,
No,
we've
that's
finished debate because Councillor Laws has done a right of reply. Yeah.
Can I raise a point of order for misrepresentation, please? Misrepresentation. It's important for me.
Just thinking about the order of where we're at, because we've moved on.
Yeah,
from
well,
there.
I was misrepresented there, and that's not not right. So I'll just leave it there.
Okay.
But that was a misrepresentation of my views for the public record. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right, so we've got them over in the seconder. We've got all that up. You can see the wording. We'll just put it then. All in favour?
Aye.
Against? No.
Division.
Division.
Can I just ask a clarification?
Can I just understand?
You are voting on all of this together, and it wins or it doesn't. And then if it wins, that's cool. If it doesn't, it goes back to the original.
All is A and B only, isn't it?
Sorry?
All is A and B
No.
only.
No.
We
It's
are
the
voting
whole
on them.
thing. So
The whole thing.
yeah, so
We haven't
and then we
debated the whole
go
thing.
back to the other one if this one
No.
fails. So you had a chance to debate it.
Process question, I think if some motions, if the whole thing's been put at once, we cannot put the same motions or part thereof again. And so I'm asking then if you do the
Right,
order,
shall we-
please.
We'll take a minute to consider that. We'll adjourn for a couple of minutes because it is quite technical. Amendments do end up being really technical. So we just need to be sure that we can or can't look at them again if it failed. And I'm not saying that it is going to. So we're going to adjourn now. So I'll move that. Councillor Wilson seconding that. We will take couple of minutes probably to look at that and then come back.
I think so.
No, let me finish this one first.
I'm serious.
Thanks, we're live, everyone, and resuming where we left off, which was just clarifying that it's actually fairly straightforward, understanding orders that the amendment becomes the motion, which is what we had said, and that we were considering all of these matters together, which is what we had said. And if it wins, that's good. If it fails, then we go back to the original, which is all of these again had been moved and seconded, and we're allowed to resume debate as well where we left off. So that's where we're at. We had the mover and the seconder. It was unclear what the result was, and then we had this clarification. So we are going to call a division. Thank you. Use your microphone, and then we can record your result just in case we need to check it in the future.
Councillor Forbes?
No.
Councillor Kelleher?
Microphone.
No.
Councillor Lewis?
Yes.
Councillor Malcolm?
No.
Councillor McCall?
No.
Councillor Metham?
No, for the amendment.
That was a yes.
Need to hear the vote.
Councillor Noon?
No.
Councillor Scott?
Yes.
Councillor Somerville?
No.
Councillor Weir?
No.
Councillor Wilson?
No.
Councillor Robertson?
No.
Can I confirm what your vote was, Councillor Metham?
It was a yes.
It was a yes, thank you. Okay, so that is 3 yes and nine no.
The amendment has failed, so we're going back to the original motion, and we're picking. Oh, sorry. Yeah, original movers were we'll just get through to just look at that. Given and Councillor Metham, wasn't it? Yeah.
Spoken. We've both spoken.
Yeah, you've
It's
both
open to
spoken,
debate.
and my memory was we were at Councillor Somerville having spoken. Does anyone else want to speak to this? Councillor Noon, you're first.
I think we've landed in quite a good spot after that discussion, although it was useful and staff have given a clear indication that they will pick up on the themes that have been raised by various councillors around the table. So I think that's all good. On reflection, this LTP process has been, I think, far more challenging than we had anticipated 3 years ago when we made a major step up to bring the organisation to a more fit for purpose in terms of our roles and responsibilities, and with a significant eye-watering rate rise at the time 3 years ago. And then we followed the first of that long-term plan with 2 other quite significant rate rises. And I was expecting this time around for the LTP, we would be a single-digit rate increases in terms of going out to consult with our communities. However, one thing that became clear through the build-up to today, when we looked at strategic directions and we looked at what was still required, was clearly we're still not complete in terms of bringing the organisation up to a fit for purpose state. And after saying that, I think it's fair to say with public transport, there is a willingness and this demand that we aren't delivering a level of service that we desire. But when it comes to the environment, I think that we're still chasing our tail a little bit. So I still believe that this is a good step in the right direction in terms of a core business focusing or taking another step up in terms of our environmental responsibilities. And clearly public transport is becoming more of a high profile focus for us going forward. I think a lot of that has had to do with COVID and I suppose the demands going forward for an enhanced, more reliable, affordable service is important as well. But overall, all I'm trying to say is that we're taking this document out to the community. We're focusing on our core business. We are asking the community to feedback on a change to the rating regime. I wouldn't say it's a significant change, but in some areas of Otago, which we've also just talked about, there will be interest in what we're promoting. But we are trying to do a lot, and we also are also trying to deliver a higher level of service in a number of areas. And I'd just like to think that we get plenty of feedback from our community across the region, whether it's on the coast or further inland or north or south. So we get a fair representation of views, so that it allows us to then make the appropriate decision going forward for the LTP. So open mind at this stage and look forward to the feedback.
Thanks, Councillor Noon. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the staff who have gone through a tortuously long process to get us to where we are, much longer than usual. And I think what a lot of people don't realise when we do this sort of work, you have to look back at where we've come from. And what we've undertaken this time is a significant review of the rating system. It will never, ever land something that is both fair and equitable, just can't by the nature of those words, and it's tortuous to do. So I think the major shift for me is that we have done that review and how we rate, and have come down to some principles of which, yes, you can probably say there are some things wrong with it, but at least it's a starting point. And so my fundamental first step for me is that to get people to understand that we've done that, which has been a significant amount of work. At the request, looking back, with quite a lot of changes in the past. I think it's going to answer some complaints we've had in the past. So I think that makes a much easier document to understand when it comes to the rating issues. Whether we've got the 70-30, 80-20 or the 90-10 is something that I really want people to understand and try and work out if it touches, if it looks right. Then we've done the buses. It's been huge for the, almost since the time I came on this council. We were running at a deficit on buses, and then we got COVID, and we desperately had to do a lot more work on buses, and our deficits went up. There's huge problems there for the existing mapped areas of Dunedin, which is relatively small by area, and of a small part of Palmerston, and for the small part of Queenstown Lakes District. That is a huge burden to pay, and we're asking people to consider 3, 5 or 10 years repayment. They are big issues, but they're all in arrears. And then you've got the actual what services we provide. And there's some really exciting opportunities. Underlying all of that is a GPS, which may take the carpet away from under our feet really on some of that stuff, and our ability to deliver. But it's a really, really huge change. And but to take our community with us on that is really hard. I think the consultation document is part of that answer. Our job is to make sure as best we can, and I know some of us have commitments of hearings which will preclude us from going to everything we want to, is to get out in the ground, offer ourselves up for meetings, and to go and talk to communities about it. It is absolutely fundamental that we do that, and that is the best way we can use our time, ensuring that people understand what is happening. It isn't easy, and I'm not happy with the end result. Not for the process, it's just a big number. But we need to put it all out there for people to consult, and I don't want people to just tell us we don't want a rates rise. I do want them to look into the detail and make sure that they know what we're doing, or understand as best they can, and whether they think there are savings to be had. But it's been a really good process. It's been hard, but thank you to the staff for it, and I hope that we can communicate effectively of what we're trying to do so that we can get that feedback.
Councillor Callagher and then Laws.
Thank you. Look, I've sat through most of the workshops. I think I've tried to get to every one of them where I could. This is our business as usual. We have to do it. I do appreciate the effort the staff have made. They've been under an awful lot of pressure. They have put together good information for us to consider. It's been a concerted effort. We've been taken through piece by piece, this entire plan, but then collectively as a group, there's an overall collective outcome that we have to, I believe, have a second step around. And that is, as governors, can our ratepayers afford have we given the most fiscal prudence to this process and the end outcome? And we've had year after year after year of substantial rates increases. We've had substantial changes to the organisation. And really, if we accept this rate increase, we are signalling to the ratepayers of Otago, and I guess the wider country, that these regional councils every year will have a very sizable rates increase. And I, for one, am saying I don't accept that. I think there was a step to be had where we actually said we need some more prudence in this. It is we are in a cost of living crisis. Everything here has escalated. That scares me around the things that people need to do out in our community. When we look at our fees and charges, to lodge a publicly notified resource consent application is now going to be $25,000. We have statements underneath that around our consultant policy that says, well, we'll choose if we need to stack in some more consultants there and you'll pay for it. And the people just have to accept this. So what I really fear is that regional councils around New Zealand are just edging towards stymieing so much that needs to be done in this country. So I'm sorry, while I commend the staff for the work that they have done, I cannot support the end outcome, so I'll be voting against it. Thank you.
Councillor Laws.
Yeah, this isn't a staff responsibility at all. We're governors, we're elected to govern, and there are 12 people around this table that blame or praise should be attached to on how this document falls or does not. Earlier this year, the council sought a perceptions survey of residents who lived in Otago. And the prime perception, if you like, was that Otago residents and ratepayers don't think that they're getting value for money from the rates that they pay to the Otago Regional Council. We have decided to take that report and stuff it back in the face of those who might have given that view. At the time of a cost of living crisis, the likes of which we have not seen in the last decade, in the time of a significant rural drought in our rural hinterland, an extraordinarily difficult rural economy, the Otago Regional Council over the last 3 years imposed 84% rate increase, 84%, 48 plus 18 plus 18, and now proposes over the next 3 years to add a 50% rates increase, 19, 16 and 15. It's almost impossible to be taken seriously or to have any public credibility that you're worried about how people are going to pay their rates or how people are going to cope with difficult situations when you are quite determined to eat these kind of increases upon our residents and ratepayers. And then, because we're really embarrassed by it, we've hidden the rates increase at the back of the document. And the last question we ask, after asking 27 former questions, is, do you think you're paying too many rates? It's almost an embarrassment. Well, it is an embarrassment. Can I also say to staff, listen, there's no blame can be possibly attached to anything that happens. All the responsibilities are ours. This is our consultation report. It is not a very good one, and it doesn't tell the truth that we have an insatiable appetite for ratepayers' money, and we have very little excuse for doing so. I won't be voting for this consultation document.
Is there anyone else who would like to? Councillor Scott and Forbes, just mindful of one though.
Yeah, cool. We're not actually here to debate whether we actually agree with this document or not. What we're here to do is to debate whether we think that this document is fit for consultation. Does it actually include the various options that have been identified? Are we giving the community an opportunity to give us feedback of some draft thoughts And are we going to, when we get that feedback, are we going to listen with an open mind at the end of the 6 months, at the end of June? And so while I don't agree with everything that's in the document, I'm very comfortable that the bases have all been covered. So thank you, staff, for all your work. One other thing that I will say in passing, in terms of putting this long-term plan draft out for consultation, I'll just make the point that this is one of 3 potential key documents that we've got: the LTP, the Land and Water Regional Plan, and we've got an RPS. And in terms of putting a hand up saying, well, these are the things that we're potentially doing, and saying, hey, potentially we've got a rate increase, we need to also be aware that we can't do one without doing the others, because it's actually the others that form a lot of the detail in terms of our work programs. So by me supporting this out to consultation, I'm also of a mind to say I'm looking forward to doing a similar process for our Land and Water Regional Plan at the earliest possible time, because that's much of our work program, and the same in terms of setting our vision in terms of our RPS. So thank you, Richard, and your team. Thank you. It's now over to the community to give us some feedback in terms of our LTP. Thank you.
Mr. Forbes.
Agreed, Brian. Thank you to the team. It's been a really, really big process, and I know that's been really hard. The consultation document is a good document. It's mostly very clear, and the bits that aren't clear, we are going to be clear by the time it goes out, which is good. There's a lot for the community to discuss, and I just want people to take part and consider this, what's gone into this, with an open mind. Yes, there are big increases, but yes, there's a lot of work to be done, and people want us to do that work. So, and we have approached this work in the best way that we can. And so I just urge people to take part, and for us to turn up, as Councillor Wilson said, to the consultations and hear people. Thank you.
Anyone who hasn't spoken, who wants to? Okay, well, I'm going to say that, yeah, indeed, we've already actually agreed on the draft revenue and financing policy. It was approved on the 21st of February, so we don't need to be rehashing where we're heading, essentially. This is about putting it out to the public, the consultation document and the associated documents. It's about the auditing process that goes on as part of that. It's the step we take before we consult, which is a really important bit. We haven't decided at this point. There is more to go. This is a long journey that we take with our communities to come out with the right answer. We're not going to do that today. I'm not embarrassed to say that at the moment, yes, there's a rates increase. I'm saying that right out front. Happy to say that. Happy to talk to people about that. Is it okay in today's world? That's what we need to hear. We have got some significant projects there indeed. This public transport, and hey, if we're in a cost of living crisis, perhaps people want public transport, perhaps that helps. So, you know, we've also got large scale environmental projects. They're right up front. Hey, do people want to be doing these? Is that where they want to put their extra money they might find if they've got it? If they don't and they can't afford it, tell us about it. But if it is the sort of thing you want to invest in, hey, tell us about that. So yeah, this is about consultation, and let's all get involved in that. There's been some solid debate today. Indeed, our council takes this really seriously. It means a lot to us. And we all feel really strongly about looking after what's right for our environment and for our communities. And you will have heard some of the passion coming out from our councillors today around that. We all feel that way. So yeah, let's get on to the vote then. we can put it all in favour.
I
sorry.
have a right to reply as the mover.
Oh, you do want to do your right to reply?
Yeah.
Rightio, Kevin.
Apologies because you're on a heck of a roll then.
Oh, yeah, I was on a roll.
Yeah,
Thanks. I'm glad you recognise that.
Yeah. Look, this has been a great debate, and this has been a great debate, and I'm sure Councillor Noon will find a few dollars to go to Specsavers and also get his ears tested. So that's good. Look, this is a consultation document. We've laboured over it for a considerable amount of time, put a heck of a lot of work into the content of it. We're doing some really bold things where we're looking for an environmental fund to do significant improvements to our environment right throughout Otago. We're looking at different rating options right throughout the area. It's going to be quite demanding on people to think about all this. Absolutely. We've got heaps of people, heaps of Otago staff out, Otago Regional Council staff right throughout the province doing exceptionally good work. The question is, to me, are they delivering actually value for money? I'm sure they are trying, but are we actually doing that, and can we prove that? We've had an effectiveness review done by Morrison Lowe that still needs some work to be implemented, and we will get a report on that about mid-year, but I'm sure we're working to implement those things and ensure that ORC is delivering things as best they can and delivering what our community wants. Staff have taken on our feedback from today, and they will tweak this document, and then the document will be reviewed by the appropriate people at the end of that process. And I'm confident that that has been taken on. Secondly, for those people that think their areas may not get significant recognition of what's happening to them, there is the opportunity for localised advertising. So that will probably go in the Telegraph and Omru to let everyone in Omru know what's happening in the various papers that are around. And I'm sure there's something in Wanaka that will be also supplied with. So this is a consultation document. It's actually up to us as councillors to make very sure that we are confident in explaining this document to our ratepayers, because at the end of the day, we have to be able to come back here and make a decision to the best advantage of the people of Otago and ensure ORC is functioning correctly and going forward. So it's exciting. Remember, the greatest impact on this 18.8% is the buses. The actual general activities that we're doing is well below 10%. So we need to get those figures broken down. Let's get the document out. Let's listen to our people, and let's make the very best decision possible at the end of the timeframe. Staff, thank you very much. It has been a great process, and keep at it and keep the good work going. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Malcolm. We'll put it then. All in favour? Aye. Against?
Right.
Carried. Would you like your votes against recorded?
Oh, yes, very much.
Councillor
please.
Callagher and Councillor Laws, I believe. Anyone else voted against that we didn't capture?
Oh, no, of course.
Thank you. Timing. Yeah. We're gonna adjourn till 20 past, which is 10 minutes. I'll move that. Seconded Councillor Wilson, all in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thanks. Gonna be getting underway.
Is the hotel,
Right, we are.
is the hotel still going?
No, live.
Really?
10.2, future management of the Waitaki River catchment, written by Anita Dorr. So we'll just wait for Anita to come forth.
Well, question,
We can't have a question.
I know we did that, we did the consultation document, it was 10.11, wasn't it? Have we got 10.12 to do, and 10.13 and 10.14?
Those are they were attachments to the long paper, so.
That's good.
All done.
Righto.
Oh, no.
All done.
Says,
One big package.
Okay.
sensitivity.
10.2 it is. So, Anita, do you want to introduce the context of this one? And I just note there was one little change too, wasn't there? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So through the chair, just an apology, there's a small typo in paragraph 3 where it refers to Te Runanga o Tako, it should be o Mauraki. My apologies, that got also transcribed into the ECAN's paper as a mistake, which is unfortunate. So this paper brings a proposal that iwi have brought to ECAN and ORC. The regulatory environment for the Waitaki River is more complex than others. And they have approached both councils to ask if we would consider working together to understand what a process might look like to manage the river as a whole. The paper was just considered by ECAN, and 5 minutes ago they voted to support this, which is great. And really it's, it's up for you to discuss.
Question?
Can I just add a little bit more context? So it came up as a request from Mauraki, and then a discussion with Otago Regional Council Environment Canterbury and Mauraki. It's subsequently been discussed at Mana a couple of times. And this paper is really just enabling this council to consider whether you're comfortable for us to take the first steps. It is by no means locking us into any decisions. It's really enabling staff to have some early conversations about what a mechanism and a project might look like, which would also include setting up of the appropriate working groups and oversight groups at the appropriate time in the future. So that before we even enter into that phase, we just need to get the okay or not from this council that you're happy for us to have those joint conversations. And then as per resolution 4, sure looking at the right one. Yeah, resolution 4 come back with 3 and 4 develop next steps and then report back. Come back and provide much more context about what it might look like, how governance would get involved, because there will need to be governance oversight, and what a program might look like. But there is a huge amount of work that still needs to be done to get to that point, and that's what we're seeking some direction on from council today.
So yeah, we've got ECAN have agreed to this, and the structure obviously that's been suggested as well. And I guess what we're talking about here is understanding the mechanism, I suppose, kind of a technical analysis, because Waitaki is under different legislation at the moment as well, isn't it? Under the amendment, isn't it, to the Resource Management Act around Waitaki, its own special piece of legislation, which is more complex than most of our catchments. And then also a great number of hydro schemes coming up for renewal and that matter as well. So yeah, there's just a bit of technical work by the sounds of it that could go on to inform the council about what might be involved and what might be possible. Councillor Wilson, a question followed by Councillor Laws.
I'm just interested why we don't get governance in here right at the starting point, and if there's a reason for that. And the context is that the lower Waitaki catchment has a group that already works between the ECAN and the ORC, and one of our representatives on that is Kevin Malcolm. He's done that for 4 years now, and from my mind, if we're going to respect this, then we should be putting governance in from the start. But is there any reason why it hasn't happened? And I don't really care what Ken have done today in that respect.
Through the chair, we just don't think it's early enough yet to have governance involved. We don't even know that what anything is going to look like. So we want to be able to come back with scope, structure, governance, resourcing, impacts on work program, all of those things before we know that it can get off the ground. So that's the reason that we haven't involved governance right at the start.
It certainly doesn't stand that. It certainly doesn't prevent us from keeping Councillor Malcolm well informed of this process, given it's in his patch, and has had some discussions with.
Saying that we haven't been involved is not quite accurate either, given that I did have an initial meeting with Peter Scott and Runaka from that area to just get a sense of is there any interest in bringing this together, and I said, oh well, it's early days, we obviously couldn't speak for our councils, but it sounds like it could be a good idea to link up in a catchment together, and so it's less confusing, and then we did discuss this, as has been said, at mana to mana a couple of times as well, so we have been involved as governors. Right, sorry, Councillor Laws, you're next.
The first question I have is, what is the problem we're trying to solve?
So through the chair, so the regulatory environment is really complex. So land owners that farm near the Waitaki have 2 RPSs, 2 regional plans. For Otago, we control and have oversight over the discharges that occur, but we can't control the inputs at the other end because that's an ECAN's jurisdiction. There's multiple pieces of legislation. So the river's just not being managed in a joined up way because of regional council boundaries and because of legislative complexities.
So given that the government's part of this proposal as well, well, I assume Linz owns land adjacent to or around the dams, yeah? Yeah. And there might, I don't know, there might be conservation, so there might be other government departments involved as well. Then there's your private electricity generators as well. And you've just said there's a huge amount of work. What's the financial allocation that you're thinking you'd need to put towards progressing this matter?
So through the chair, the report notes that we haven't yet scoped that, and the reason we haven't is because we don't know whether there's support to do it. So if we get this approval in principle, then we'll be able to give you some indication in terms of how that might impact budgets.
And finally, if the argument is, oh, it's inefficient because we've basically got a line drawn down the middle of the Waitaki River, which is, I understand pretty much what you're saying in terms of responsibility, couldn't one of the ideas be, well, you simply move the line?
So through the chair, at this point, we haven't ruled out any solutions. It could be a one joint plan, it could be similar planning provision or the same planning provisions in both plans. It could be shifting the boundary, changing the legislation. So there's a whole lot of potential solutions to this problem, and we haven't decided which one can work and which one is the best.
Okay.
Anyone else got any questions? Are you moving, Councillor Weir?
Yeah, there's no more questions.
Okay. Councillor Weir was moving. What as it stands? Yep. Councillor Scott is seconding that.
I'll move an amendment.
Okay, what's your
And
amendment?
hopefully, Trudy, did that come to you?
I've just received that now. I'm just bringing that up. Just one moment. Okay, so now just share this just one moment. I just want to make that bigger. That's up now. I'm going to change the
Okay, everyone can read that and online because it's being shared.
That's amended 3, is it?
Yeah. That's the amendment of 3.
It's not, sorry, yeah. You can't, yeah, just, it finds a third party, which is ACAN. Yeah. Councillors.
You've actually already got that in 3 anyway.
You put councillors.
But
ACAN's already made their decision
Oh, right.
today for their staff to work with our staff. So, yeah.
How different is that?
Right, so I've just taken out ECAN and we'll have to discuss that with them. Just and councillors from, just go ECAN and delete that note. Yeah, so it'll be councillors from ORC.
ORC, so just from ORC, I'll take that and move that on to the.
Just sorry, are you doing a point of clarification or talking to it? I was just going to ask what was intended by appointed councillors as well.
Oh, well, yeah.
That's the Moroaki councillor.
Yeah, that'll do. Yeah. Change that to the Moroaki councillor.
Can I suggest someone else, and I'm happy to do, it should be moved by someone else.
Yeah,
not that
sorry,
person
just,
will be councillor.
I'll just minimise that and bring up the full motion.
Can I speak to that
Well,
first?
they can move that he's done that, and so he can move himself if he wants. That's okay. It's not ideal, but that's what he's done. Yeah.
So
it wasn't intended to do that.
We don't get it, there's no financial.
It will be.
There's no pecuniary interest.
That's okay.
Oh, you're thinking to get paid per diem.
So we've got a mover and the seconder. Do we have those? That was you, Councillor Wilson, was it?
Sorry, do we start to work?
yeah, I'm just wondering that wording.
Do we? Oh, we're still working on the wording before we get a seconder. I
Yeah,
think.
the Moroaki councillor.
Well, do you want me to jump out of that? Can't you move it? Because it probably is better. That's because that's basically what you're saying.
Just the Moroaki councillor.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're withdrawing it essentially.
Yeah.
Yes, and this is an amendment.
Yeah, but that's yeah. Sorry. Just I didn't expect that word to be in there, but I understand.
It's just what we did with.
Is that right, Kevin?
Ask Kate, she's moving it.
Yeah, Kevin's
Yeah,
withdrawn it, but Kate thought it was a great idea, I think.
Well, I just think it's good to have him in his role as he's already in this catchment, working on the ground, not because he's already councillor in this area, but I don't know. Yeah. It makes sense to me to have us governance in there. I don't understand mana to mana if it's not dealing with councillors more often personally. And that's in my mind. I don't see anything wrong with it. I think it adds to the whole mix and makes that whole conversation at the council table a lot better. That's me speaking to it. That's all right, it hasn't been seconded.
Yeah, you need to be, yep, Councillor Noon seconding that. Did you want to speak as well, Councillor Noon? No. Does anyone else wish to speak to this amendment?
Only the amendment?
Yeah, it's the amendment at the moment. It's an amendment, yep.
So we won't be putting all of them, it's only the amendment we'll put at the end of.
That's a good question. It was all of them initially, because there was a mover and a seconder.
I moved the.
Yeah, then you were moving all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Slightly unclear why we're going to the amendment first.
Yeah, always have to go to the amendment, but.
Unless he wants to accept it himself.
Yeah.
So it's the amendment.
Okay.
Then we can just debate the whole.
That's fine.
That's right, that's exactly, if you'd like to
Yeah.
accept that as a change, then, yep. It isn't an amendment anymore, yep. So you're doing that, but the seconder needs to do that as well.
Yeah.
So is, Yeah.
Yes, Brian.
Okay, Brian's accepting that as well, so therefore it's a bit more straightforward. It's just the motion now. And were you moving them all? Yeah.
That's okay.
Yep, we're debating now, exactly.
Can I ask this question?
We started off on a amendment debating though, which makes it a little bit more technical. Yeah, we'll just go back to the normal debate that we were having initially. I can't remember where we were at. I don't think you had a chance to speak initially. Yeah, do you want to?
Let's go first.
And then Brian, yeah.
Cool. Look, in relation to the Marquee councillor, I don't have any problem with the councillors being involved in processes like this. I do find it, Richard, slightly unusual though that we seem to talk about this stuff when we go to a district. When it comes to a Dunedin project or whatever, we don't always necessarily come to the same conclusions. But I'll put all that aside, and I won't give you an example.
This isn't our recommendation.
Just saying. But the point that I really want to say is that sprung out to me is that I really like the principles on paragraph 13, where they're talking about managing the river holistically as one entity. B, they have a genuine partnership approach from ECAN, ORC and the 3 iwi. C, to ensure appropriate resources are in place. D, to ensure the proposal can work alongside existing work programs. And that's fundamentally why I'm supporting this motion. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm just reading that again. Right, anyone else want to debate? Councillor Laws, Councillor McCall.
I've got a question because we sort of skipped questions. My question is Environment Canterbury putting a council representative on the group?
Yeah, no, we've talked about that, no.
Talked about that. I can do it right now if you like. I have some reservations around the amendment in that I see this as pretty much I don't see this as a governance call, as this is about, I'm just going to get my head around, this is about the staff going out having a discussion with the Runanga staff and the Environment Canterbury staff to come back with a report when we move forward from here. So if we're going to put a councillor on the group, what role is the councillor going to play? What role is the councillor going to play as an individual? And what is the term or the scope? How long is the council going to be on the group, or what is the actual group that is getting put on? And what is the purpose? Is it just for creating the first report, or how does this operate? Also, I think you've got to be really careful if you're going to say you're going to have a group and then you're going to put it has to be a councillor from the area on the group. But who knows if this is going to be an ongoing for a long period of time. So there's so much, I've got no understanding. But my understanding was this is just, there's been some pre-meetings and basically there's been an agreement come through for the Environment Canterbury staff, the Otago Regional Council staff and the local iwi staff to go together and give us a creative report for us to make some decisions on. I think we've probably taken the next step too early. That's my points, but I may be wrong.
Yep, Councillor Callaghan.
Thank you. So in debating all of what we now have there, yesterday my phone was running quite hot on this from MPs, from ECAN councillors, very concerned that what was this about? Is it a backroom deal? This river has substantial assets. It has much commercial activity, farmer activity, primary activity that happens upon this river, necessity to it, and real concern being raised about how it all seems to have aligned so quickly. Councils, I assume ECAN haven't, this council or the appropriate committee hasn't had workshops and then discussed at committee, then discussed at council. It's gone straight to council, aligned with ECAN at the same time. So there is genuine, I think, concern being raised about the backroom deal integrity that is sitting around this proposal. Would any other group, any other organisation be able to try and pull together something like this in a river that has so much commercially available to it? I won't be voting for this. I do not think it's the right direction. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Somerville, then I'll have something to say as well.
Thanks. Look, it seemed, having heard about this project and how Anita described it, I thought it did sound like a good idea and a good thing for us to work on. I've heard what Gary has said. However, what Lloyd's point of view actually makes good sense to me too. This is very early stages here, and there's nothing to preclude councillors being involved later. And I guess I'm concerned about the imbalance of a ORC councillor if there isn't someone from ECAN. So I think my support would be for the original motion without the amendment. Thanks.
Councillor Malcolm.
As I'm gaining no pecuniary advantage, I feel that I can talk on this matter. To me, this is Mana to Mana 101. This is a project in its infancy that we are talking with iwi groups. This is not staff talking with ECAN staff. We are involving iwi groups right from the start. So this to me is Mana to Mana 101. We need governance there right at the start. This is a major, probably the most major river in the South Island, and without doubt, there needs to be changes within the structure that it is run, but we need governance in there right at the very start. This, to me, it's Mana to Mana 101. So if you don't necessarily want the Maureki councillor, you need to have someone in there that understands the Maureki district and what is happening in that area. But it starts, this is dealing with the 3 iwi groups, not staff.
Thanks, everyone. Is there anyone else who hasn't spoken that did want to? Right, yeah, so I might like to comment on this, given that, yeah, it started, I suppose, with a conversation between Chair of ECAN, myself, Chair of this council, and some Runaka. And it's actually pretty simple. It's not a backroom deal or anything like that. It hasn't progressed at all. It's an idea that there's a large catchment. It's the Waitaki. It's pretty important to both regions. At the moment, it does actually straddle both regions. Does that make sense? We've got some big things coming up. We've got some consents. Can we simplify this and bring that catchment together as one, which is very important to iwi as well. A very, very significant catchment to all of us. So nothing has actually happened. What does need to happen is this does need to be elevated to a governance level, absolutely. So what's happened, we had that little chat, then we had Mana to Mana, another little chat where we said, oh, this idea, well, that makes a bit of sense, doesn't it? Okay, this next thing, staff, what does this mean? What's currently in place in the Waitaki? What technically is involved in that? Have a bit of a think about that. Are we comfortable with that? So this is totally transparent right now that we're saying, hey, we're starting to talk about the Waitaki catchment. Then we do need to structure, exactly like Councillor McCall has said, what is right as a governance structure to bring this forward. And we're not going to iron that out today because it's so crucial. This catchment is so important that we get that right. So I think we do need to have a really clear think about what terms of reference would look like, who would be involved, how that works. And I'm pretty certain that staff, when they go away and think about what the next steps are, that would absolutely be forefront of their minds. But this is technical. ECAN's just made a decision that this is for their staff. We're potentially going to make a decision to insert a councillor into that. That doesn't make sense to me. So yeah, councillor Weir.
I agree with what Councillor Robertson has said. The amendment, from my understanding, the amendment that I've accepted into this motion, section 3 only covers, informal stages of work up until that report back to council. And so it wouldn't involve any governance decisions or anything like that. I think it is a bit awkward to have a councillor in there at that stage, but I'm perfectly fine with stuff, going to the Mauliki councillor for some questions about local issues or something around that. It's not a governance group in any way like that. So I'm not, thrilled, but I'm comfortable with that in the overall motion, assuming that that's all that is referring to. And then, as Chair Robertson said, once that report does come back, we will look at what the actual next steps are around governance structures and stuff. So I'm happy with it as it is, but looking forward to the next steps.
Yeah, you can't be happy with it. Well, you agreed to the amendment?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Yeah.
Just clarification then, who moved this? Elliot moved it.
Seconded by Brian.
Are you still moving it, Elliot?
Yes. Yeah.
They can vote however they want. They don't have to,
I'm just saying I don't think the
Councillor
amendment affects it too much.
Just point of clarification myself is the intention of this amendment is for the council to have a full and active role in the development of the report, or is the intention to be available for comment? That's quite completely separate, different. What Councillor Weir just
So the way I read this motion is we don't even know what this program looks like. We just need it.
Yeah.
So as we develop that, if this is the motion that passed, then we will make sure that the Maunaki councillor from ORC is involved and is aware of what's happening. I don't know whether that'll be meetings. I don't know. We don't know. And nothing will be decided because everything has to come back to this table to actually formally commence this project. This is just enabling those first conversations to occur that do we or do we not think we should investigate this? I can't tell you exactly what the role for the council will be because we don't know. That's the answer.
Councillor.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm comfortable to support the 4 recommendations, and with reference to Councillor Malcolm being involved, to me it is very much a sort of a working group that is obviously going to bring something back to this table at a later date. But when you talk about iwi representatives, to me, in my mind, that's governance from iwi. That's not a kaha or a staff or whatever. So I see the level from iwi. I could be wrong.
So we should point out, sorry, councillor, that the iwi representatives in this case for this work are Okaha, who represent so they represent the iwi on planning matters. And so in terms of developing, and sorry, that could have been clearer in the recommendation.
Blown my argument out of the water.
Sorry.
But it was very different.
Right. Sorry, did you want to continue debating or
Well,
you done?
all I say, it doesn't change my mind. I think the purpose of Councillor Malcolm being there he is a local representative. He can bring something to the table. He can, if they feel obliged, they can also, I imagine, join that discussion as well as elected members if they, once they see the result of this, if this is successful.
Rightio. Everyone done, or Lloyd, have you spoken? You've already spoken, haven't you?
Oh, really?
Yeah, you don't get to speak again, sorry. Rightio, so we're gonna put this, and it's everything together. All in favour? Aye. Against?
Aye.
Vision.
We might have to do a division. I think it was one, but we'll call it division, sorry.
Right, Councillor Forbes,
Yes.
Councillor Kelleher,
No.
Councillor Laws. No. Councillor Malcolm.
Yep.
Councillor McCall,
No.
Councillor Metham,
Yes.
Councillor Noon,
Aye.
Councillor Scott,
Aye.
Councillor Somerville,
No.
Councillor Weir,
Aye.
Councillor Wilson,
Yes.
Councillor Robertson.
Yes.
That is one, so that's 3 no. 3 no. 10 again.
4
9
no.
against. 4 no, so who else was?
Callagher,
On this
Laws,
side.
all. Some.
So I've got, there's McCall and Somerville, no.
That is some combination.
That's what I was thinking before.
Thank you, I've got that now. My apologies.
Right.
That
Just
is
read out the final.
4 no, 7 4.
8 4.
Coffee?
8 4 1. Thank you. All right, thanks everybody. Congratulations, Councillor Malcolm, on your new appointment. Yeah. 10.3. ORC submission to draft Dunedin Future Development Strategy. Which is, whoops, sorry, I haven't got my mic on. This is a submission around technical emissions. Patricia is joining us along with her. Okay, did you want to introduce a little bit of detail around the technical emissions and why we've got a submission?
So through the chair, yes, so we'll take the paper as read, but when the draft FDS came out, we noticed a couple of omissions of some of ORC's infrastructure and/or known hazard areas. And the advice from DCC was they would be happy to receive it via a submission. So Patricia and Warren did that and ran it past the submission to the planning group. Okay, Chair Robertson, actually, I think a couple of our submissions working group are FGS hearings panels. And so we're just bringing this here now to formalise it. The submission period closed a few weeks ago, so that was why this is retrospective.
Yeah, so just noting and approving in retrospect that submission. Any questions? Here to, Councillor McCall.
Happy to move. Happy to move.
Oh, you're happy to move. Okay, somebody seconding that? Yep, Councillor Somerville, do you want to talk to it, Councillor McCall? No. Okay, anybody want to debate this? No. Okay, we'll put it then. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you very much for being here. Sorry that was so short. We'll just give Councillor Wilson and Noon a chance to come back.
How much quicker does we Andrew is into the room?
Oh, Andrew.
Who else was out?
10.4, 6 monthly update to the Minister. a procedural matter that we had a direction to do our 6 monthly reporting. And this one just tracks our progress on where we're at on work program towards a land and water plan. Any intro needed on this or taken as read?
I think it's probably just worth pointing out that this paper was written before the letter was received on Friday. And at this stage, there's been no change to the 6 monthly reporting requirements, so they still stand.
Yeah, it's quite good to see them as well. I know it's extra work, but yeah, thank you. Councillor, Malcolm.
Just on page 339, clause 4A, you're saying that consultation will commence on the 25th of March. Would that need to be changed in light of this? Cool. And probably the next one is to you, Richard, on page 333. We talk about recruiting a new project manager, and I'm just wondering when that, so to me that would seem to be a risk to the process, and when was that reported to governance as a risk to the program?
I'm just trying to find it.
That's
333.
right. Right at the top.
Right.
So start at the bottom of page 332.
Yeah, so planning, so under resourcing and of staffing remains critical issue in the policy team. So that under resourcing has been reported back through the governance group as a risk right through the land and water plan project. So including project management resource, and we've had external resources supporting that, the new policy, it's under control but remains a risk. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the report?
To move.
Councillor Noon is moving. Councillor Forbes is seconding. Anyone want to speak to this? No. Doesn't appear to be anyone wanting to do that, so we'll put it then. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thanks. Changes to Community Connect subsidy. Jack is joining us. Transfer. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's great. Welcome, Jack. And welcome, Lorraine.
Hello, I'm getting my video started. It doesn't seem to want to tap. No, that's not working, is it?
Right.
I've taken off the no video. Can you hear me all right?
We're hearing you loud and clear. Yep, that's all good.
But there's no video coming through, is there?
No.
Showing you're blocked out.
No video. We're hearing you perfectly fine, so that's okay.
Oh, here we go now. Thank you.
Bus is moving this stop.
Just waiting at the lights, following the traffic signals. Yeah, I wanted to speak to this report because it's quite dense. There's a lot of numbers in it, but we've tried to make it clear in the report that we've been working from some small data sets, and the size of the data sets, and also our ability or even the worthwhileness of sort of super analysing the information in terms of external factors was limited and constrained. But we wanted to come up with some options for the council post the rolling back of the Community Connect extensions. That's the free fares for 5 to 12-year-olds, the half price fares for 13 to 18-year-olds, and the Youth Plus half price fares for under 25s that were brought in on top of the community card holder concessions in July last year. So working with what we have, we do sort of understand that we have a reasonably price sensitive PT market, especially in the Dunedin network. And we have underlying patronage growth, which we can't take for granted. It's lovely to have, but we can't take it for granted. And we had a new GPS arrive about the time that we were finalising our analysis, and the new GPS reduces funding for PT services and infrastructure. It reintroduces the concept, but not the detail of the fare box recovery. And it signals that local communities will be expected to pay more in terms of their contribution for PT. So that might be hinting at a changed fare rate for public transport, or some other mechanism. In any case, it's clear that there's less money coming from central government for public transport. So this is all kind of coming at the, while we're trying to analyse what would it cost and what would be a reasonable level of cost to provide some ongoing incentives for public transport in our fare structure. It's also the new coalition government has moved to apply ERUC, and that this will apply to heavy vehicles from 2025. So it was starting to make our future forecasting of revenue versus patronage and our, I guess, our fundamental assumptions for the LTP going forward. It's introduced other things that we need to take account of now than we had at the time that the LTP and our LTP was prepared. So it's created a very moving playing field or goalposts around our 10-year transport investment proposals. Because of course we're ready to go out with our LTP, and we have to finalise. We've already gone out with the RLTP, and we have to finalise our position for the LTP. So initially we had intended to recommend option 3, which was a low cost option, which essentially, I guess, supported getting young people onto public transport and encouraging the young people for mode choice. And recognising that on the data presented, again, small data sets, the big cost that we would otherwise incur if we retained all the subsidies was the Youth Plus, because that's obviously the half price on the full adult fare, whereas the others were half price on child and other concessions. Given that I guess that there was that changing ground, feels a bit like quicksand sometimes, the things that we're trying to assess and evaluate to give you the best information about that forward planning. We did decide, and we do recommend option 5, which is to retain the fares now until the 1st of July. So from the rollback is due on the 1st of May. In order to look more comprehensively and provide some better advice going forward over the longer term. So that comes at an estimated cost of 84,000, and it would allow us to I guess stay the course until July, the end of the financial year, and consider decisions on fares as part of the LTP and along with a comprehensive review of public transport that needs to come as part of our regional public transport plan, so the whole fare structure. It also allows us obviously to help those decisions where they'll be informed by the GPS, perhaps some further direction on fare recovery, some clarification on the funding assistance ratio and other expectations in terms of third party funding. That I guess we were all new at the point that we were finalising this report.
So I'll just add to that quickly in terms of that recommendation, and apologies, it's not reflected through in the report, that option 5, because it was added following a late discussion between myself and Lorraine. There's a few reasons for it. One is making a decision now that commits council to a course, including additional expenditure while we're in the middle of an LTP conversation and still to confirm our overall public transport budget and how we fund that. We didn't think was necessarily the best process. So extending what we currently have for a matter of 2 months to enable council to have a full conversation about the level of service, the fares, and therefore the rating impact all in one. And that also enables us to ensure that we can run a balanced budget in transport, which we've talked about being the critical thing in terms of not getting ourselves into future deficits. So it would have an impact, and based on current forecasting, we've got a variance full year in the budget and transport. We're forecasting to be around 1.7 million. This would increase that by $80,000 if option 5 was selected. And then there would be a discussion during the long-term plan about effectively going back through these options again and deciding whether you wanted to rate fund to continue with some of the subsidised fares or not, and we can make sure that's appropriately built into future budgets. So that's where option 5 would come from, and that is what we would recommend if there was to be a decision to continue with any form of subsidy.
Okay, so intro all done then. Yep, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, and just a couple of questions on that, but I'm just going to check option 5. Where does the 84,000 come from in the meantime? It's just an increased deficit?
No, so that in the meantime,
Well, sorry, for those 2 months.
it'll be an increased deficit.
In this financial year?
Yes.
So we don't have information on option 5 in the analysis, I think.
There's a paragraph on option 5, 45, which includes
okay. Sorry. Okay. 2 questions. Can I just be really clear on the timeframes for the passenger transport plan review? Could you talk about that?
So the requirement for the RPTP is for it to be reviewed as soon as practical after the RLTP. The RLTP period has been extended because the timeframe was changed by Waka Kotahi last week, I think it was. A week ago. But that will be still completed for our purposes by July, and we would start to begin the review of the RPTP from mid-April.
The other questions.
So, the other question I had, and I did ask you about, and I just wanted to table it, is in that review, will we also be looking at maximum fares per week, which wasn't able to happen when we last did one?
Oh, sorry, that's out of scope. The RPTP will allow us to look right through fares, but I just don't want us to get into that conversation.
Down rabbit hole.
Councillor Weir.
If we do go with option 5 and make this decision, a more longer term decision a bit further down the track, will there be any opportunity for public engagement or consultation on that decision around the bus fares?
Jack, do you want to answer that?
I'm having this one, having had it's double noise in.
So it's all good.
Having had some conversations about the comms around it, the most important thing from a comms perspective is that we're not changing our fares twice in 2 or 3 months.
So that's obviously a big constraint if you want to take one of the options and then make another LTP decision, which Commons will take us for that.
So, Elliot, the direct answer is no, because it wouldn't be included as an LTP consultation topic. There will be a chance for public feedback on the regional public transport plan, which will set the overall fare structure, but there wouldn't be the chance for a specific consultation on this matter. It would just need to be a budgetary decision made by council at the time of the LTP.
Yeah, and RPTP is obviously the time, as we said, for those really big conversations. And
Councillor Malcolm, you look ready, and then fourth, Steve McCall.
The options, so the first recommended option that you initially recommended on 3 with a 42,000 per annum cost, was that to go infinitum, or was the intention to have that reviewed at LTP time?
It was just intended to be the basis for moving forward, not to be reviewed at LTP, but to be reviewed at the RLTP and any other RLTP, but not necessarily to be not a fundamental principle of going forward as a sort of a low cost or cheap fares for the younger riders.
Yeah, and so for subsequent questions, so therefore your number 5, and I presume that would, because there would be splits and changes in LTPs coming up, that's where your communications would become tricky. So this is the push that you've got to do while you're heading for the option 5 to align things with possible decisions.
I think there are a lot of changes, but it's not so much tricky for consultation. It's tricky for us to get the right evaluation of what the cost impacts are for the longer term, because of essentially the analysis is based on patronage that we've had and the changes that we've seen and extrapolating them out. But it was based on a program that has the investment proposal that sits in the LTP. We have less certainty around the investment proposal in the LTP, and we have less certainty around the co-funding for any investment proposal that goes through the LTP process. So it's about getting better information around, I guess, what would be called external factors, so we can provide the council with better numbers of financial costs of any policy or proposal.
Thank you.
Councillor Forbes, McCall, Laws and Metham.
I'm just still a bit confused about this, because that money, we'd be thinking about it in the RLTP, the transport.
So
can you just, and how it gets into...
So what there's 3 options effectively on the table today. There's one is that we just do away with the subsidy because they're ending from central government. The second set of options are variations on continuing the subsidy, and ORC foots the bill because central government won't no longer, because the Community Connect scheme is finishing. The final option we put in is we, and that would be on an ongoing basis, those first 2 options. We're just saying make the change and we commit to it, and then during the RPTP process, when we look at a high level at fares, we might make some changes at that point depending on what the council decides. Option 5 has been put in to enable a conversation to occur at LTP time, so we can get this coming up 2 months, whatever it is, 2 months after consultation. So we look at the overall budget for public transport and ensure we rate for a balanced budget within public transport. So it's effectively a hold the line for 2 months, and it will cost approximately $84,000 based on what staff have worked out. And then we make a call at LTP time. Do you want to continue with that subsidy and rate for it, or an alternative model?
Without consultation.
That's right.
Okay, that's good. That's yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McCall.
My question is quite simple. What's the fare structure in our long-term plan?
So the fare structure is based on, well, it's not in our long-term plan, but the assumptions are based on the fare structure that we have, which is what we rolled out with the Community Connect extension in July 1 last year. So that is obviously the concessions for Super Gold, the concessions for the Youth Plus, the concessions for child fares up to 18, and then the free fares. So they're not in the LTP, they're in the underlying assumptions of the cost and the revenues that we'll get in future years.
Is set out in table or paragraph 36 of the report as effectively our current fare structure. And that underpins if you remember during the LTP consultation, there was some conversation about what level we set our fares at based on what, particularly for Dunedin, based on what was in the business case. And a decision was made to retain it as it currently stands, and that's what's reflected in that 36. What we currently get is subsidies from the government, and that's the bit that's disappearing in April, 31st of April, 30th of April.
Are you done, Councillor McCall?
Point of clarification to that comment. So what is in the LTP is the option 1 graph on paragraph 36.
Yes.
Yep. Thank you.
But the other options aren't. Is that right, Richard?
So the other options are not in there because it's the Community Connect decision has come through since we had the LTP discussions pre-Christmas. To end any Community Connect subsidies.
So am I right in saying so for Dunedin it's $2 for an adult on the B card, it's $2 for an adult fare and a Youth Plus fare, and $1.20 for teenagers and $1.20 for children.
Yeah.
And the LTP. Yes, in the LTP, the assumptions are loosely the existing Community Connect fares. So with those discounts, that's all being funded. This is the situation now where they're not funded.
That's right. What we're losing is the top up from central government. So for child, youth plus, there is we charge a fare which is $60 and free at the moment because that's the Community Connect, and that difference gets topped up by central government, and that effectively forms our budgets. We're losing that top up, so therefore the decision is: do we revert to our underlying fare model, which is in paragraph 36, in which case there is no financial impact to council because all we're adding back on the money that we've currently been receiving as a subsidy? Or do we continue with the subsidised fares, but that gap in our budget would need to be funded by ORC because we're no longer receiving it as part of our grant from NZTA?
So when does the subsidy come off?
1st of May.
Yep. Councillor Laws.
I want to know if you've actually considered the Human Rights Act. Because you're discriminating against all adults who are not aged between 19 and 24 with this policy. No, sorry, Elliot, it's called the law sport. Welcome to it. And that is, it's illegal to, in actual fact, to deny people over to 25 the same service that you would deny other adults, unless the law allows you to do so. Superannuation is a good example. Free healthcare, for example, is another good example for under 18s, and free dental care. The law allows that to happen. The council can't make law, Richard. It can only make a bylaw, but I'm pretty sure it can't put aside the Human Rights Act. So I'm just going to ask you the question again. Where in here, because option 5 would say that we discriminate against anybody over the age of, or any adult over the age of 25. This would seem to me to be, by charging them extra, when you are denying the same opportunity to adults who are over the age of 25.
We haven't looked at that question specifically, councillor. It certainly hasn't been raised with these fears that have been in place since the middle of last year by any party that I'm aware of.
That was put forward by the government. This is now a policy that is moving to become a council.
So I can't provide any advice on that, sorry.
Okay, well, that's the first thing. Okay. So, but the second thing, so the first thing is, I think should give us some advice on that. The second thing is, why are 19 to 24-year-olds regarded as special? Because there must be lots of people over the age of 25. I'm just asking the person why you're recommending option 5. There must be lots of people in straitened circumstances over the age of 25 resident in Dunedin who are unable to access a half-price fare. So why are they special?
Just for clarification, the 19 to 24-year-olds, as they're currently treated, as Richard has mentioned, came from the previous government's concession prices, and identifying that group. The removal of the community connect is just what we call the extension. Anyone who is a community service card holder will still receive subsidised transport on the network.
I will go back and ask the question again. Why are 19 to 24-year-olds regarded as special? Why are 19 to 24-year-olds regarded as special when many of them can more than adequately pay for these bus fares?
Question for the government.
So that's a decision this table needs to make now, and the I mean, option 5 for us is less about a full assessment of the best option and more about providing some time to adequately consider it as part of the LTP budget. The reason that I understand, if we call it Youth Plus 19 to 24, that was what the category was named, for the community kit was included, was around encouraging the use of public transport for that age bracket. Simple as that. The underlying rationale for it, I'm sure we can find if we went back through that system and when it was introduced in the communication that came out from the government. But primarily it was around providing access to those youth or encouraging the use of public transport as opposed to private motor vehicles. We haven't done a complete assessment on it. We're putting forward an option that effectively buys us some time. If council chooses not to, we are prepared and can enact the new fees by the 1st of May. That work is already in train if that's the decision made by the table.
Yes, councils have winners and losers all the time, and who they make ends up paying for things as well. So
as in Wanaka today.
Councillor Callaghan.
I move that we, 1, no report, and 2, approve option 1.
I'll second that.
Mover and a seconder on option 1. I'm just checking I got to the end of my list of people who were actually wanting to ask questions there. Because after Councillor Laws, we had Councillor Meetham. Do you still want to ask a question?
My question's not as interesting as the last one, so I'll just withdraw it.
Okay. Any other questions then before we get into the debate? Doesn't appear to be. So, Councillor Laws, you're the mover.
No.
Councillor Callaghan, sorry, you're the mover. Do you want to speak?
No, not really. Thank you.
Seconder want to speak?
Only just to say that today we had Liam White from OUSA, the president, I believe, or the representative, turn up there. political representative of there. And we asked him a question. I asked him the question. You all heard the answer. Elliot was trying to shut him up. And the question was, how much was a fair? And guess what he said? $2, maybe $3. And repeated it on 2 different occasions. Now, this policy actually meets the request of the president or the political representative of the ORC. It is a fair fare. And it is still subsidised by the Dunedin ratepayer. And it will not cost us any more money at all. Everybody walks away happy. ORC get what they want. The students' representative said what he wanted. And we get no additional cost to the Dunedin rate.
Councillor Sonneborn.
Thank you. Look, I cannot support option 2 of going back to those.
Option one.
Option one, sorry, is the one, option 1. I think it's actually especially important that we retain free fares for 5 to 12-year-olds. Though I'm aware of the problems of incurring unbudgeted expenditure, and that's is a concern. We have to be responsible around that. I've heard what seems to me good reasoning about continuing the existing funding ourselves, the existing subsidies through till the end of June for those 2 months, so that we can then make a proper decision having considered all the fares and don't have 2 fare changes. So if given the chance, I would be supporting option 5 if we get to that stage. Thank you.
Councillor Forbes.
Same as Councillor Somerville, I won't repeat that, but I would take it forward to all students as a priority. But I would prefer what we have on the table, option 5.
Councillor Scotland, will you?
Yeah, I'm in a similar camp, but purely from a practical perspective, I think, you know, like we're going through a consultation process for our LTP. I don't think it's fair to pull the rug from under people's arrangements while we're going through that, and we need to assess that with an open mind at the end of June. And yes, there's a cost of 84,000, but I think that's just a reflection on the significant cost of PT. So I will not be supporting the option 1 motion. Thank you.
Councillor Weir.
Sorry, Chair, there's been 3 speak in favour of the motion. I wonder you either ask for a dissenter or you put the motion.
No, thanks. We've had lots of debate on everything else today and we're actually not short of time, so thanks. Good idea though. Okay. Sorry. Councillor.
You'll be happy to know. I was just going to foreshadow an alternative motion. So.
Okay. Yep. Councillor McColl.
You know, I'd just like to speak for the motion. Basically, at the end of the day, what's happened is we've had discounted fares. The government's taking their share away, so we're left with our share. We've still got buses to run. I understand the motivation. I understand the motivation around option 5. I probably prefer option 3, but at the end of the day, public transport cannot just accept that it's okay to be increasing reserve deficits to put it on tick. We've been putting public transport's just been putting it on tick ever since I've been here. At some stage, we actually have to say enough's enough, and say we actually have to get into the real world, and we're going to have to pay for we're going to have to actually pay to get on the buses. I do understand that it could be benefits for like the 5 to 12-year-olds, but after that, you're actually out there and you've got push bikes, you've got means of travelling around, you've got parents, you're 20, once you've left school, you've left school. You actually got to stick up and fend for yourself. So I think at the end of the day, I'll be in favour of this motion, and if it fails, I'll be in favour of option.
Blow stuff down in the area.
Thanks, everyone. Councillor Noon.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I was coming along to vote for something slightly different than what I'm currently going to vote for, but my justification to support the motion is around reflection on where fares have come since 2010. I think it was Rose Finney who sent a lovely email about telling us the importance of keeping fares at a relatively low rate for the category 19 to 24-year-olds. And she mentioned it cost her $5 in 2010 to travel from Mosgiel to Dunedin. It used to cost me $7.50 from Hawkesbury, just south of Waikawati, to Dunedin about a similar time. So the idea of a $2 fare or a $3 fare, and considering operational costs where they've come over the last 10 or 15 years, I think is probably about the level we should be targeting. So I support the motion.
Anyone else? Kevin's shaking his head furiously. Tom, have you? No, you asked a question. Yep.
Yeah. Look, I think I'm supporting option 1 too. This is all about a reduction in government support for public transport to enable personal tax cuts that they've promised. This is extra money that can be used to pay increased fares because the government has reduced its support of public transport. Thank you.
All right. Well, I thank everyone who wants to speak has spoken. A right of reply. Okay. In that case, I think I'll call a division on this one. Might be simpler. Do it straight up. Yep.
Councillor Forbes?
No.
Councillor Kelleher?
Yes.
Councillor Laws?
Yes.
Councillor Malcolm?
Yes.
Councillor McCall?
Yes.
Councillor Metham?
Yes.
Councillor Noon?
Aye.
Councillor Scott?
No.
Councillor Somerville?
No.
Councillor Weir?
No.
Councillor Wilson?
No.
Councillor Robertson?
No.
That's 6 for, 6 against.
Schools.
Yeah,
Carried.
the motion does.
Right, it's casting vote.
No, I'm not yet. If I don't use my casting vote. The motion.
Yeah.
Standing order, if you don't use the casting vote, is that the fails.
Status quo.
Yeah, the status quo.
Don't you make your motion?
I think just move it again.
Elliot moves.
Option 5.
No, we're gonna get there again.
I'll second it.
One moment.
Second it.
Well, I foreshadow a motion, Madam Chair,
Yeah.
that if option 5 fails, I shall foreshadow a motion to move option 3.
Have a second that.
Right, you're foreshadowing. Yep, cool. We'll deal with this one first. Yep. Oh, sorry. I suppose I should ask people if they want to speak to it.
Yes, please.
Okay, mover and a seconder. Councillor Weir and Councillor Forbes.
Thank you very much.
I think a group that we are leaving out of this discussion are high school students that no longer have access to Ministry of Transport, free transport. And they have not made a mention today, so I just want to bring that into the argument. All the other arguments stand. This is the pragmatic option to keep things going until we can have a proper discussion and put it properly into the plan. So for that reason, I'm seconding option 5.
Yeah.
Anyone else care to speak? Councillor Weir, are you?
Okay. I resent the notion that this is, coddling youth or anything like that. This is, in fact, for high schoolers, this is giving them independence to take the bus on their own to school rather than get driven by their parents. This is about getting the best results for our bus patronage, for equity, for environmental outcomes, for congestion for everyone who does have to take a car in the city, especially during that morning rush where people are dropping their kids off at school and high school. All the data that we have, which admittedly is very limited, including the data in this paper, indicates that those fare discounts have had really positive effects on our bus patronage and on the everyday lives of lots of people in our community. And I'll also remind councillors that the Otago Regional Council is a member of the Free Fares Coalition. So we've got an obligation to work towards that kaupapa of more affordable public transport rather than less affordable public transport. There's also goals in that regional public transport plan around this that we would want to be working to achieve rather than slipping back. And also in December, we voted to move forward with our business case under the assumption that we would maintain current fare relativities. I asked at the time about that, if that would still be the case if central government pulled their funding. I believe the response that I got was yes, otherwise I would have phrased this a whole bunch earlier. Knowing that government funding was getting pulled, I think that cutting these discounts at all would be a big reversal for council to make and would be a massive change for many people and clearly something of significant public interest. So I think it's a decision that we need to make with much more thought as the context of the other PT changes that we've got in the long-term plan and how those pan out. And it's one that we need to have some more conversations around before we pull the rug under some people. Until then, we've got to fill in those gaps that are left to us by central government. So I am strongly in favour and I urge you all to vote for option 5. Bill.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
I could easily have voted for option 1 and because I am really focused on not adding more debt at the moment to what is going to be torturous next long-term plan going through that process. 84,000 is still a substantial amount of money that we are effectively transferring over to finding another home for, and it's just adding on to what is a multi-million-dollar problem already. The reason I didn't vote for the first motion was I am critically worried about the 5 to 12-year-olds and them being safe. The reason, but if we want to activate a response, and I appreciate there's some real issues for the staff, and don't get me wrong, I'm not unplaying that with a change in the systems, but if we really want to get a response, doing option 3 is the way of getting that response and seeing how important and how it does affect people. Remembering that I think some of those youth will be still getting the reduction through at least 20 cents from the community services card. I think that's what I understand it to be. So look, it's tough. It's really tough out there financially, but we can't keep on banking this as if it's not someone paying for it somewhere. And we've got other huge commitments to make in our long-term plan, which I think will be other requests coming in for funding as well. So I'm sorry, I just need to make the really hard calls, and that's why I'm going for option 3, because I don't think the 5 to 12-year-olds will have a voice otherwise.
Put the vote, Chair.
Yeah, just that's right, we will put the vote. So mover and a seconder are recorded accurately. We'll put that all in favour.
Please clarify the vote.
Right. Oh, sorry. Before we do that, we'll clarify the vote. We'll call a division and we'll have some time. Thank you. So what are we voting on here? We are voting on
notes the report approves the fare structure, retaining the current structure until the 30th of June 2024.
And foreshadow motion is if that fails, then option 3.
Yeah.
Number 5, isn't it? Which is A. Yep. Rightio. Everyone's clear?
Yes.
Councillor Forbes.
Aye.
Councillor Kelleher.
No.
Councillor Laws.
No.
Councillor Malcolm.
No.
Councillor McCall.
No.
Councillor Metham.
No.
Councillor Noon.
No.
Councillor Scott.
Yes.
Councillor Somerville.
Yes.
Councillor Weir.
Yes.
Councillor Wilson,
No.
Councillor Robertson.
Yes.
So that is 5, 4 and 7 against. That's failed.
Lost, yep,
And
and
so moved.
foreshadowed
Option
motion.
3.
Yep, option 3, which is retain free, yep, and restore pre-half price bus fares. Estimated cost 42,000.
Can I please foreshadow a motion within option 4 if this one fails?
Who puts it up? Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Give it a go.
Needs a seconder, Madam Chair.
It does.
Option 3.
Integrated.
Oh, you're going to do it, Kate. Okay.
Councillor Wilson. Anybody need to speak to this one?
It's a bit chaotic.
You're gonna vote on option.
Division now.
Okay.
Let's.
Councillor Forbes,
No.
Councillor Kelleher,
Yes.
Councillor Laws.
Yes.
Councillor Malcolm,
No.
Councillor McCall,
Yes.
Councillor Metham,
Yes.
Councillor Noon,
Aye.
Councillor Scott,
Yes.
Councillor Somerville,
No.
Councillor Weir,
No.
Councillor Wilson.
Yes.
So that is 7, 4.
Councillor Robertson.
Councillor Robertson, my apologies.
You're going to vote for free fares and flood destroyers?
I am, yep,
Well done.
yes.
Okay, so that is 8, 4, 4 against.
Okay, yep.
Barry.
Thanks.
Sorry.
Well done, everyone. Yep. Thanks for your patience, particularly Councillor Malcolm on that one.
Thanks for that.
Thank you. Right, the neat last paper. 10.6. Thank you, Jack, and thanks, Lorraine.
Oh, reasonable.
Happy to move. Happy to move.
Yeah, update on oh, well done for joining us in person, yeah. Update to delegations manual, we've got a mover, is there somebody seconding this? Yep, Councillor Malcolm. Are there any questions or anything that you'd like to introduce actually that you think is important we know about? No?
Don't they go tell? It's really good what you told me all this time.
Any questions? No questions? Okay, then we will put it all in favour. Aye. Against, carried. Thank you so much.
No, thank you.
It's really good. Just people there, so, you know, these certifiers and all this. Yeah, it's really good.
Oh, I just need to.
So, there's a reasonable, there's a reason,
I just, close this off with a karakia.
hang on, I think there's one more. for you to go,
Recommendations?
Yes, I think. Isn't there?
Oh, item 11, sorry, we do two actually. We need to do the,
Regional leadership.
recommendations, that's right, yep.
Michael wants to be
Recommendations is just regional leadership, 11.1. Someone's moving that.
I'll move it.
Thanks, Councillor Ross.
Second it.
Councillor Forbes.
Were you there?
Go,
Is there
go.
an
We are
spirit?
something today.
All in favour?
Aye.
Against, carried. Brilliant. Now I'll close it. Kia tau te rangi Māori ki runga i ngā iwi o te ao. Thanks everyone. Well done.
Thank you.
You asked something?